Good morning, Honorable Sokhanyile. Honorable Ngola, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach.
Morning.
Good morning, Honorable Diane Kolabanat.
Good morning to you.
Honorable Cameron, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Thopa.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Vessels.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Skosana, good morning to you.
Ngikuthokoze ngiyakulochisa nami ngegama likaZimu negama labomakhelwane ama-champion waseSenegal. Ngiyakuthokoza.
What are your full names?
My full names?
Yeah.
Oh. uDavid Umandla kayise wakwaSikhokhosana.
Are you reporting for any newspaper or any TV station that Senegal are the champions?
Ngiyazi ukuthi bu-favor Morocco the yiko ngenza sigiri ukuthi ngifake inceba leli kuwe ukuthi ngosondaga sikubethile.
Do you want me to respond to that statement?
No, udliwe ungarespondi Chair.
Me and you, who was the last to be in Morocco? Honorable Samgoed, must I provide more details? Good morning, Honorable James. Are you good? Thank you so much. Honorable Matthews.
Happy Tuesday, Chair. Good morning.
A very happy Tuesday to you. Honorable Vessels. Good morning to you
Good morning, Chair.
and welcome back.
Thank you very much.
We missed you so dearly. Advocate Arense,
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members,
thank you so much. Good
my
morning to you.
parliamentary colleagues, and members of the media.
Thank you so much. Kabaze. Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, just a formal apology for Maria Mkhwanazi. She won't be here with us today,
Okay,
the usual reason.
okay. The staff of Parliament. Good morning to the staff of Parliament.
Good morning, Chair.
Yeah, no, we are doing greetings. Good morning, the staff of Parliament. Honorable Adams,
Chair.
good morning.
Good morning, most benevolent of all chairpersons. Thank you.
And thank you for being with us here. Zoleka, I saw you at 8:30 on television this morning. Good morning to you. Bennett, Jason, good morning. Good morning to all the staff of political parties that are here in this committee. Chief Whip, welcome and good morning to you. Do we have apologies? Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nomvalo will be joining us soon, and Honorable Shongwe will be joining us soon.
Okay. ANC, are there apologies?
We had an apology of the Chief Whip, but he's since arrived. Thank you, Chair.
DA, are there apologies?
Certainly not.
You don't have. EFF, Honorable Matthies.
Yes, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Malema, has sent his apology. You do know that it's his sentencing hearing, or I'm sure the entire country knows that. So he's in the middle of preparations for the sentencing hearing that's taking place on the 23rd of January. The
Okay.
unjust weaponized prosecution by the state and AfriForum. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
You can't decide whether it's true or not. We're saying that's what it is. Whether you think it's true or not is irrelevant, Honorable Breitenberg. It's fine. You don't have to think it's true. You don't think even expropriation of land without compensation should happen. So why would we even take, yeah, but why are you the one who's starting it? Don't start. I'm addressing something. Who asked you to enter?
You
When did
using
you
this
even
platform
enter?
for completely incorrect purpose.
No, we can do it. We political parties, we're explaining exactly why the Honorable Malema has been sentenced. Who asked you to enter?
You think I need your permission?
No, you don't need my permission, but you weren't even being addressed. You entering on things that got nothing to do with you. And when you comment, do not think for 1 second that we're not going to be respond. We're not scared of this white supremacy that you pronounce.
Did cheap race card as usual. Shame.
That's all you know is race cards when you call you out for your supremacy attitudes that you'll display here. Because that's all you have.
Honorable,
Chairperson,
Honorable
I'm going to give that round to Honorable Matthies.
Honorable Matthies and Honorable Breitenbach, may you please stand up? Honorable Matthies, may you please stand up? Please stand up, please. Can you look behind you? There is Honorable Breitenbach behind you. I want you to exchange greetings first before you say anything that you want to say to each other. Can you just say good morning to each other? Don't want to greet each other. Honorable members, you are members of this committee that elected me as the chairperson. I request you to greet each other. Do you want me to give you some time to discuss the matter which you are discussing? Hmm? You are fine with what you said, all of you. When we break at 1, can you continue discussing the matter? So that tomorrow when we give you time to greet each other, you don't discuss matters that are not greetings. I expected you to exchange pleasantries. Yes. We were still on apologies. The apology of Honorable Malema has been recorded, Honorable Matthies. I think that is adequate. The rest of the things, I don't think they belonged here to this meeting. Honorable Mngango, do we have any apology?
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Bangazita. Honorable James, do we have any apology?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Pilot. Morning, Chair. Do we have any apology from Honorable Souls? Ramano, good morning. Do we have any apology from Honorable Souls? Good morning, Mr. Robert McBride. May you please switch on the microphone behind you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
We greeted you at 11 o'clock and you were absent.
My humblest apologies. I was expecting to get called and I saw that there were still some discussions taking place.
No. You will apologize later. I'm saying we greeted you at 11 o'clock and you were absent from your chair. What is your comment on that one?
Sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
I say at 11 o'clock when the meeting started, we greeted you. You were absent from the chair. What is your comment on your absence at 11 o'clock, the time we agreed the meeting is going to start?
I was waiting in the consultation room. I was here from 9 o'clock.
Were you here in these chambers?
No, I initially came to chambers. They were still doing a security check. And then I continued consulting.
Yeah. So now that we started the meeting in your absence, what do you say?
You mean, I apologize. I'm sorry, there's just a miscommunication.
With who?
Well, perhaps I came in now when Mr. Bonani called me in. I was sitting outside here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are the first witness to be late to our proceedings.
Okay, sir. My humblest apologies.
Okay. The apologies is accepted.
Thank you. I'm relieved.
We are going to start again at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Advocate Arends.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Mr. McBride was just before 11 o'clock at in the doorway of the chamber, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure why he didn't enter the chamber. And I can confirm that he has been here since 9 o'clock this morning. Honorable Chair, we have before us Robert John McBride, who's our next witness. We have prepared an affidavit in consultation with him. The affidavit, as you may have seen, was only signed late yesterday. And before that, we had sent through some drafts, draft affidavits, so that you and honorable members could, in the meantime, familiarize yourself with the content. So we apologize for the late submission of the signed affidavit. As you will also see, there's a substantial bundle of annexures, which we hope as evidence leaders we can make some sense of through the day. They are large, but selected pages or paragraphs will be referred to. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members, I present to you Mr. McBride. He is willing and prepared to testify before you today. Thank you.
May we proceed to administer oath?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning once again, Mr. Robert McBride, and warm welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The advocate Arends has confirmed that you have been here almost 2 hours earlier. Unfortunately, it happened the way it happened. But let me assure you, the remarks that we made are correct, but they must not unsettle you. They must not affect your presentation. You must be in a very good spirit and focus on the presentation that you have been called to make here. Before we administer oath, let me read the following to you that Mr. McBride, you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigates allegations that have been made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to help the ad hoc committee in its oversight work as it investigates these allegations, among others. One, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number two, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, Mr. McBride, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Mr. McBride, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. McBride, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or an imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. McBride, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Oath, sir.
You have elected oath, and may you please follow me as I dictate to you. You shall say I and state your names in full.
I, Robert John McBride,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Mr. McBride. And welcome, Honorable Nomvalo. In your absence, your fellow honorable member, David Mandlakaise Skosana, has reported about the Senegalese victory over Morocco in the Africa Cup of Nations. Is that the mandate of the party? Honorable Souls, welcome and good morning to you. Advocate Arends and Mr. Robert McBride, our witness, from this table, we have done the part that we should do. We are now going to move to the next phase of presentation of evidence. And then we are going to hand over to you and wish you good luck in the presentations. I will come back to the proceedings at 13 hours when I make an important announcement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good morning, Mr. McBride. We have discussed, just by way of meeting earlier this morning, the topics which you will address in your oral presentation today, which may not necessarily follow the same sequence that's in your written affidavit. Are you comfortable with that approach?
Yes, Chair.
So perhaps if we could kick off by way of introduction, your current employment?
I'm not allowed to say what my employment is.
Okay. But you still in the public service?
No, sir.
You're not in the
That is an old CV that's there. Yes.
Okay. Your CV is attached as RJM1, and you say that that's an outdated CV.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just by way of background, you mentioned you hold 2 bachelor's degrees. You also obtained a senior Bachelor of Technology, International Politics at UNISA, Technology at Swani, and you've also completed a number of certificated courses, and all that, or most of that, even in the outdated CV, it's recorded in that CV.
That's correct.
You also mentioned that you're a veteran of the liberation struggle, and that you've been recognized by the Minister of Defense in 2002, and you're a recipient of a number of awards, the most important being the award on conspicuous leadership, star, and the merit medal in silver.
That's correct.
Advocate Arendse, just a moment, I see the hand of Honorable James.
Chair, is te vroeg vir ons om so te begin. It's too early for us to be told that the CV is outdated. That means that we have a falsified statement in front of us. And we just continue like it's acceptable.
Okay. Can we take the input of Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted us to, as well, to start in a correct manner, Chair. I think the witness, Mr. McBride, he has to disclose to us, as he asked the evidence leader, currently, where is Mr. McBride employed? It can't be a secret, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's fine. Let's get back to the first question. Which CV is an old CV, Mr. McBride?
Sorry, the CV before the evidence leader, sir, is an old CV. I couldn't locate a new one in the time frame that I had to submit it. Just on the issue of employment, if I am given permission to say where I am by my principals, I will say so. So I had raised this issue with the evidence leaders before, and I thought it was taken care of already. I think most people here know where I work.
Okay.
Yeah, but
No, no.
in order for me to say it,
Let's not conflate issues.
yes,
Let's take them, deal with this issue by issue.
yeah.
This CV was sent was sent to the evidence leaders by yourselves,
That's
by
correct.
yourself.
That's correct.
And you send it knowingly that it's an old CV.
And indeed, I told the evidence leaders it's an old CV.
So what is it that must be updated on that CV so that you can place it on record here? We can't argue about that. You can just update it here. Remember, you have taken oath now, isn't it?
Yes,
So any information you give us is under oath. If the CV says you did not pass matric and you have now passed matric, you update it here under oath.
I understand, Chair. With reservations, I'll give you the answer. And it's,
Then we will come back to the second question, which Mr. Honorable Skosana has asked. Let's deal with the part of the CV which Honorable James has raised, because you said it here that it's an old CV. You could not locate your new CV, correct?
yes, indeed, I don't have a new CV. I also don't have my equipment. I didn't have legal assistance. I put it together on my own. It's only the evidence leaders who helped me. So I only sent forward what I had.
Yeah. But even if you don't have your equipment, for instance, now I know where I'm studying. If you ask me, I can't say the last time I passed matric was in 1992, and I don't remember anything that happened thereafter.
No, I remember exactly everything.
Yes, that's why we say we want you to update that CV. As the evidence leader, ask you questions, update the parts that must be updated. Because if you start by saying this is an old CV, you are rattling my members. You are unsettling them. Can we proceed that way?
I'm completely in your hands, Chair.
Okay. And then the second question that Honorable Skosana has raised to say, when the evidence leader asks you a question about your current employment, is there any law that prevents you from disclosing where
Yeah,
you are currently employed?
Yes, sir, there is.
Can you state it here in front of this committee so that the honorable member may know that you are prepared to give us the answer, but there is a law that prevents you from saying that? You can just say, I'm employed, but in terms of the provisions of this law or this act of parliament, which you as honorable members have passed, I'm not allowed unless I have permission to disclose.
Yes, it's Act 39 of 1994.
Thank you so much.
Chair, that can be a correct citation of an act.
Yeah.
That can be a correct citation of an act. When you cite an act, you can't just say act what of this. What is the act? What is the actual citation of the act? Was what is saying about the number, what number is the act is, and which year was it enacted. But beyond that, Chair, even Google can tell you where he works.
It has a title.
It has a title, Chair. So, but beyond that, Chair, I don't know why should this information be withheld in Parliament, because you can even Google it. It's there. It's a public information where he's employed. So I don't understand this. Thank you.
No, he will state that act. And then each and every act has sections and subsections. You remember Honorable Ngola, we referred him to section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Immunities and Privileges Act of 2004. So he will also state that act and say, in terms of section 3, subsection 5 of the act that I have referred to, you to, I am being forbidden or restricted to mentioning my employment. Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the last part I wanted to submit is that whilst we are starting, let's implore with the witness to stop doing those gestures he's doing. I noticed him when Honorable James was speaking. He's doing some funny gestures of laughing when someone is talking. If he wants us to have a very good day today, he must refrain from doing that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Chair, can I respond?
What are you responding to?
The allegation about making some gestures, I
No.
made no gesture to anyone.
No. You see, you know, you must allow me to guide you so that you know what to respond to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The first part of the CV you have responded to, and the advocate will take you through. You will update the parts that you should update. And the second is with regard to Act 39 of 1994. Which act is that one? Act 39.
National Strategic Intelligence Act.
Yeah. Number 39 of 1994. In that act, which are the sections or subsections that prevent you from?
Within the regulations, it indicates we are forbidden to volunteer that we work for the agency.
Is regulations number 10 or number 6?
No, I don't remember. But I was just alerted that I should raise that with you now that I've mentioned it. Yeah. So that's where I work.
Within those regulations, is there a rule that prevents you from disclosing your place of work?
Yeah, in my experience in court cases, you require permission from the Director General in order to indicate, and usually there's an arrangement with the prosecutor that questions about where you work are not asked.
The question that I'm asking is whether there is a rule that prevents you from disclosing.
Yes, there is, and off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number.
Okay. Honorable Cameron, follow up.
Sorry, Chair. Just maybe for clarity, I might quote, the restriction on state security agency employees disclosing their roles is primarily rooted in the Intelligence Services Act of 2002, particularly through its regulations regarding confidentiality and the protection of identity. Thank you, Chair.
So it's not, what is the title of those regulations you have referred us to?
Chair, that's part of the Intelligence Services Act of 2002.
It's not the regulations, it's act.
It's an act. I don't know the regulations, but that's what legislation says.
Oh, so you are helping the witness to quote the right legislation.
Actually aiming to help the committee, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Did you hear it, the witness?
Honorable Chair, yes, and I'm corrected about the specific number of the act. So I stand corrected.
Yeah. So you withdraw the statement that you earlier made about Act 39,
Chair,
or you are saying they must be read together?
I think all matters relating to intelligence should be read together,
Okay,
always.
okay. And then, yeah, you were prepared to respond to the matter that Honorable Ngola has raised with you. What is your response on that one?
I seek clarity, Chair, of what is the issues that make the honorable member unhappy.
Okay,
I'm not very clear to me. You spoke about gestures.
yeah,
Since I came in, I've been holding this chair and not
Yeah.
moving my hands.
okay. Honorable Ngola, do you have
Thank you
any-
very much,
any
Chair.
clarity you want to make?
Chair, when Honorable James spoke about the issue relating to the CV of the witness,
Yeah.
the witness was laughing. And gestures are not only made through hands. When I raised the issue of the citation of the act that is incorrect, he did the same.
Yeah.
So I wanted us to plead with him to refrain from that so that we have smooth proceedings today. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nomva.
No, Chair, I just wanted to confirm, firstly, I'm rising on two things. I wanted to confirm that the latter speaker is not hallucinating. We've made a similar observation. Here, we must maintain the decorum. We're not being funny here. We're here to work as members of parliament. Maybe if I can put it in a different way, the witness was making funny reactions using his face. He did that twice. He did it with Honorable James. He did it with Honorable Ngola. So we can't leave it unchallenged because he will do it to me. And when he does it to me, there will be confrontations. So it must be stopped from the onset. That's not how we conduct business of these proceedings. But the second thing, Chair, that I want to raise is that we can't downplay what the witness has done to us as this committee. He voluntarily and he concedes to that incident here before us, submitted a wrong CV to the senior counsel. I was going to understand if maybe you were saying the CV was taken by the senior counsel from somebody else, not from him. He submitted a wrong CV, and for you to prepare the correct CV, you don't need a legal advice because a CV is your own product. You do your own CV. So to me, Chair, the excuse that the witness is giving here is not valid, is invalid, that he had no time, he had no gadgets. And he only tells us now when it has been picked up by one of the honorable members. You should have told this committee before he even spoke that there's an issue with my CV. So we were misled. We were made to read a wrong document as members of this committee because we read before we come here when we prepare for these interviews. So it's an issue that you can't take lightly because if we leave it unchallenged, it's going to be referred to as a precedent in future. There is a precedent that we made here as this committee. When Mr. Nkabinde was here, we turned him away because he came with defective documents. Now the same witness, now another witness in the same platform is saying, I gave you a wrong CV, and we just leave it like that. We brush it off as if it's an immaterial issue. So, Chair, what the witness has done to this committee must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. It's wrong. It's not done. He has misled this committee.
Honorable James.
Chairperson, also, the witness couldn't tell us where he works. I don't understand. When his appointment was public, he was publicly appointed as the director, let me help him, director for foreign branch of State Security Agency. It's all over. Why couldn't he answer that simple question? Thank you.
You said that the CV that was sent to the committee is an old CV, correct?
Chair, in fact, I volunteered indicating it's an old CV. No one pointed it out to me.
That's what you said, that it's an old CV.
Indeed.
Yes. And there is nothing falsified in that old CV.
That's correct.
This is the CV that you used previously.
Indeed, Chair, and I didn't leave anything out in speaking to the evidence leaders.
Yeah.
So indicated my difficulty.
So the period between now and the last time that CV was written, there might have been other developments in your life which may not have been updated in that CV. Correct?
Indeed, Chair.
Okay. And then you say that the various pieces of legislation on intelligence read together, we may find a provision that prevents you from disclosing your employment.
Chair, indeed, but I think the horse has already bolted, and I think Honorable Cameron indicated the correct legislation, and I'm happy with that, sir.
Okay. And Honorable James has also disclosed the position to which you have been appointed to.
That is correct, sir, and I had indicated in volunteering the CV, indicating my dilemma about mentioning where I work. I indicated most of the honorable members know it. It's public knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But you are not allowed to mention it, even if it's public knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not, but it has been mentioned now.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying. So, but you are willing to provide information on milestones that you might have achieved from the last time the CV was written.
Yes, sir. Every question, query, clarification on any aspect of my life, I will respond to accurately, including achievements.
For as long as there are no restrictions in law.
Indeed, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I think it must be noted, Mr. McBride is very indifferent here as he's sitting here before us, even how he's sitting. We won't have to go back into the issue of the gestures he's been doing with his face. But the reason and the explanation of submitting to us an old CV and that he did it, he didn't have tools of the trade. You work for one of our agencies of government. Literally, it's not that the CV of yours is details and gives job description. So it was a matter of just filling in. Project manager from the Department of Public Works, finished on which date, literally 3 or 4 lines. So it tells us, Chair, that Mr. McBride is not taking this committee serious. It's like he's just indifferent. He's just here. Oh, you called me here. It's giving us the same Mary Diaz vibes, what we experienced when we started with Mary Diaz. And we're not going to tolerate that behavior. We can't start off on this note. So we are pleading with Mr. McBride. Please take us serious here as Parliament. Do your work. You didn't, you can't give, I mean, you should even feel embarrassed. You work for a whole state security agency as a whole director. And you even come here and you even just blatantly just say, oh, I didn't have time or I didn't have resources to update my CV and I gave my CV. Can we be taken serious as a country even? So I please address that with Mr. McBride. I think it's very wrong on how you are treating, and it's not Parliament, it's the people of South Africa, Mr. McBride. You can't be in the position that you're in and you cannot even give us an updated CV. It's wrong. And even to address us in the manner that you did, it's wrong. So please let us just move forward. Take this serious. You are talking to the people of South Africa through us. We are representatives. They voted for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathis. Honorable members, we are going to move forward in this way. Mr. McBride, members of Parliament have expressed their reservations on the gesticulations that you make in the proceedings. And it is my humble request to you that if there is any conduct that you displayed here which might have offended the members, without any debate, let's restrain from such conduct. Where I stand as the chairperson of the committee, we have not called you here to come and humiliate you. We have not called you here to come and sneer and jeer at you. It is not our intention to cast aspersion on your CV. We have called you here as a citizen of this country who has rights in terms of the Constitution and any other law to have a conversation with you. And I would like you to take this in a very good spirit. As and when we engage with you, there are observations that we will make, but we will always try and raise our observations with you in a manner very reasonable to you, so that when you leave this door after our engagements, you must still feel part of this country and you must say, where I was meeting with the leadership of the people of South Africa. So the last part that Honorable Mathis has said, we all agree that the CV, by your own oral presentation, that the CV is an old CV. Listen to me, this proceedings are not about your CV. I have read you the terms of reference, what we are investigating, but let me tell you why that part is very important. It's because you must make us to believe that you are honestly giving us evidence that will help us. There must never be any shady corners. You must prove to us that you can be a credible witness before this committee. And we are not requesting you to be naked. We request transparency from you. If you can please be transparent without being naked, you are going to help us. So, Advocate Arendse, to propel this meeting forward, we will give the witness a chance to do an oral update of the CV from from the last time that he wrote it, and then complete it. Because you have said that it's an old CV, but whatever details that are provided in that CV, I don't think you are going to change your date of birth. You are going to change your previous employment history. You just say, from the period where the CV ended up to now, I have been at the following institutions, or I have not been anywhere until I got a new appointment this year. Does it make sense, Mr. McBride?
Indeed, Chair. I just have a problem. I smile when I converse with someone quite easy.
That radiant smile is what we want in this. Look at how the chair is smiling. Look at me. Look at me. You see, this is how we smile in this.
I can't help it.
Okay. No, good luck. Good luck, Advocate Arends and Mr. McBride.
So McBride,
I know we have 2 days with you, but if it's possible for us to finish today, let's finish today, honorable members. Please. The year is still very long. We are still in January. Please. All the best.
Mr. McBride, may I proceed, Honorable Chair? Can I just confirm that with you that you did tell us during our consultation with you was towards the end of last year, I think? Our consultation with you, the first consultation, I think it was towards the end of last year. But then, because we normally record our consultations with witnesses with their consent, and when it came to that issue, you told us, but then you asked us to switch off the machine. So it's not even in the transcribed notes of that meeting. Did I ever ask you for your CV? And that's why I asked whether you were still employed in the public service, because it indicates you're under employment history from 2019 to present. Project Manager, Department of Public Service and Administration. Now that, according to you, is not the up-to-date employment history. Is there anything else in that CV from pages 33 to 35 which you wish to update and which you are not precluded from doing by any legislation or anything? It's on page 33, Are your pages paginated, Mr. McBride?
Yes, sir. Indeed.
33 to 35. Is there anything else in there that you wish to omit or to include, or is it just that one aspect which is not entirely accurate?
So before being employed by the State Security Agency, I worked for public enterprises investigating corruption within state-owned entities. And to add that, as Honorable Matei spoke, I'm no longer a director in the service. I run special projects.
So with you and Honorable Cameron referring to intelligence legislation, is the effect of all of that you are employed in the intelligence services?
That's correct, Chair.
So when you say from 2019 to present, when did you stop being project manager in the Department of Public Service and Administration?
In 2020.
2020.
About March.
Okay.
About March, yeah.
So what is missing is this? Can we just get absolute clarity on this or certainty?
Yeah.
Is the only thing missing from your CV your employment status from March 2020 to date?
No, from 2020, March until July 2020. That is the public enterprises.
Is that's, yeah, when you were investigating
Yes,
SOEs,
yes, yes.
okay? And then after that, is that in the intelligence?
That's when I went into
Into
the
intelligence.
intelligence community,
Okay.
yes. Formally.
Okay, can I request that we get an updated CV from you, please, if not by the conclusion of the evidence shortly after, for the
Okay.
record?
Indeed, no problem.
Is that the only omission from this CV?
Yes, yes.
Now, I was gonna come to this, not because of your CV, but I'm sure the honorable committee members would also have noticed that your CV and this statement is silent on the period between 2008, when you were last the executive head of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and then on 3rd March 2014, when you took office as the executive director and accounting officer of IPID, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Explain to us what that gap.
Yeah, so I was in private sector, I had my own company, but I would work as a resource person in the subcommittee of the NEC of the ANC dealing with public safety issues. And I would assist with policy formulation. It's during this period I was invited to apply for the executive director post of IPID.
Yeah. So between 2008, 2014, you were employed in the private sector.
That's correct.
Okay. Then you had also been released from, you served time in prison.
That's correct.
And you were released, and between 1992 and 1994, you were employed by the African National Congress as a coordinator at the ANC Peace Desk in Gauteng. You then subsequently, 94, 95, also became an MPL, member of the provincial, Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And then subsequently,
sorry, Chair, just one issue. In 1995, I became a member of the National Assembly for a few months, and then I went into the civil service in the then DFA DIRCO.
Let's get the microphone closer to your mouth. The closer you get, the better.
Okay.
In June 95 until October 95, you were appointed as the head of the DIA committee, which was tasked with negotiating and coordinating the integration of the ANC overseas trained officials into the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, that's correct.
And between 95 and 2003, you also held a number of positions within DIRCO, that's the Department of effectively Foreign Affairs, and you became a director for the Southeast Asia office in Pretoria.
That's correct.
Then in 2003 to 2008, that's almost 5 years, you were appointed as the executive head of Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
That's correct.
Until 2008. Just as a matter of interest, during that period, did you come to know or encounter Julius Mkhwanazi?
Yes, whilst I was at Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, Mr. Mkhwanazi, I think his rank was superintendent, and he dealt with the public order policing. He was the head of the specialized services public order policing It was a platoon size, about 32 people. And he was operationally deployed. So he would head it whenever there's a disturbance, then they would deal with it.
But that was within the Metro Police, fell under Metro Police.
That's correct, yes.
Doesn't have police powers under the SAPS Act.
No, the Metro Police is established due to the SAPS Act, is born out of the SAPS Act. So powers are then devolved to it by the national minister, and training standards are prescribed by the national commissioner.
All right. All right, we'll ask Mr. Mkhwanazi a bit more about that. Then on the 3rd of March 2014, you took office as the Executive Director and Accounting Officer of IPID, the Independent Police Investigative Director. How did that come about? Was that a job that was advertised? Did you have to apply? What were the procedures that were followed?
Yes, there was an application. We applied. We had interviews. I don't remember the other interviewees. We were kept in separate rooms. I think on the panel was Minister Mkhwanazi and Minister Kuele. And I think there was an official from State Security, Sonto Kujo, and someone from HR of the police department, the SAPS department, yeah.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarity from our witness, Mr. McBride. I think, if I heard well, he said that he served in this parliament shortly before he left. You said that you served shortly here in the National Assembly, am I right?
That's correct, yes.
So hence, Chair, the issue of a CV, we have to go back to it. Because on the CV, there's nothing like that. It only the one which I know that you serve in the provincial government in Gauteng. But the issue of the National Assembly, on this CV, there's nothing. Unless, Chair, you say that we will perhaps after lunch, go back to this issue of the CV, because I can tell you now, Chair, we are having something which it's completely wrong before us. Hence, I'm saying other people don't. I mean, us as sitting here, I know that Mr. McBride served between 1994, after the democratic elections in this country. He was in the Gauteng legislature. It's here. Even if he served for a day here in the National Assembly, but he was supposed to be here. But it's your decision, Chair. But I was just raising that perhaps this CV has to be rectified, because otherwise we're going to mislead ourselves here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shonga.
Thank you, Chair. Sawubona, Chair, and my members. Mr. McBride, how you say? Just clarity here. I don't know whether, while I'm still contemplating with accepting the CV or not, you say you were a member of parliament. Which party were you in at that time? And did you resign before you got employed in this government?
I was a member of the ANC.
Still a member of ANC?
I'm a member of the ANC, yes.
Thank you very much. May the record keep that, Chair.
that ANC members are working or worked in the head of State's department?
The part that you were here in the National Assembly, does it reflect on your CV, or is Honorable Skosana correct that that part is missing in your CV?
No, it's correct that it's not reflected on my CV. And I was there for a very short while, for 5 months or so, before I was tasked to deal with the integration. So perhaps I should have included a short period, yes. I was sworn in. Yeah,
You have been here in Parliament,
yes, sir.
in the National Assembly.
That's correct.
Yeah, that part must be in your CV,
Okay, sir.
especially that it is not a part that falls outside the period that you say had to be outdated. I mean, it had to be updated. It falls within the period which by now was supposed to be reflecting in your CV. Yeah, so I'm going to say that, like I said, honorable members, let's have focus. We are going to allow the advocate to continue with the proceedings because we want to deal with evidence that you must present here. And that part of the CV, sometimes between today and tomorrow before you leave here, we must be having a detailed CV that is up to date. Is that correct, Mr. McBride?
Understood, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. So when you were appointed as the head of IPID, you describe, can I ask you to look at paragraph 34 of your affidavit? Just give us a brief overview of IPID.
So I have it. So IPID provides independent and investigative oversight over the South African police services and municipal police services. Its independence is entrenched in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and it is essential to ensure lawful function of police services in South Africa.
Who was the Minister of Police at the time of your appointment?
It was the late Minister Nathi Mthethwa.
Then at paragraph 36, you say that it is under your leadership that IPID for the first time took on corruption and systemic corruption within SAPS. Do you want to expand on that?
Yes, sir, indeed. It was the first time it was taken on. In fact, at the end of my tenure, there was between 8 and 13 generals and about 10 brigadiers of senior police officers who were on trial for corruption. Never been done before. Should have been a national emergency. And no new cases since I left IPID have been taken up again, which involves systemic corruption and corruption.
Now, you also mention, and it's apparent from the from our consultation and from the documents or documentary evidence that you've submitted from our annexure and exhibit bundle, that much of what you're going to say has been ventilated in public and in various various litigious matters here before Parliament, and also the Zondo Commission.
That's correct.
Your affidavit before the Zondo Commission is at RJM 4, Annexure RJM 4, which is dated the 13th of February 2019, and which is at pages 120 to 152.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Then can I take you to page 123? We're still dealing with your appointment.
I have it.
And paragraph 18.
I have it, yes.
Now, just prior to your appointment, this is at paragraph 16, and unknown to you on 22 January 2014, you commenced your employment in March 2014, is that right?
3rd of March 2014, yes.
Yeah. IPID had issued a progress report on the so-called rendition case. In this matter, it was alleged that Generals Dramat and Sabia were implicated in the planning and execution of the 2010 operation that led to the illegal repatriation of 5 Zimbabweans. In this progress report, it was recommended that Dramat and Sabia be criminally charged with kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice.
Yes, indeed, sir.
And then at paragraph 18, you want to read from paragraph 18?
Upon my appointment, I asked to be briefed on all high-profile cases. One of the cases I was briefed on was the rendition case mentioned above in paragraph 16. After the briefing, it became clear to me that the investigation had not been conducted independently and impartially in line with the IPID Act. This was because members of SAP's crime intelligence had conducted the investigation and had presented their case file to IPID. In the case file, there were some statements that appeared to implicate Dramat and Sabia. I was not satisfied with this, as CI do not have an investigative function, and this smacked of an attempt by CI to present their work as work of an independent IPID.
So, in your affidavit before Judge Zondo, you deal with the issue of Generals Dramat and Sabia from paragraph 19, and at paragraph 22, which is on page 124 of the same document.
Yes, yes.
You refer to 21 rather. On 18 March 2014, IPID issued a final report to the National Director of Public Prosecutions on this matter, which effectively exonerated Dramat and Sabia. The findings and the recommendations in this report were based on a thorough review of all the available evidence and additional evidence gathered by IPID. The final IPID report that I later issued later contradicted the position of the then Minister of Police, the late Honorable Mkhwanazi. Sorry, not Mteto. Who stated, Minister Mkhwanazi, who stated that IPID recommended that Dramat and Sabia be criminally charged with kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice. So you took issue with that. Do you want to?
The key element of the difference in the two reports was that The first report could not have been finalized because cell phone record analysis report was not added to it or factored in. Point being, the cell phone analysis report could either implicate further or exonerate. It was not factored in. So on reflection and on study of the report, which had not been added initially, it was clear that General Sibia was not anywhere near the scene of crime, and it appeared to be a stitch-up. He was getting framed for a case he had nothing to do with. In fact, the people making statements against him were the very people who, together with one of the DPCI guys, handed the people over unprocedurally, irregularly, to Zimbabwean authorities.
Your affidavit and other supporting affidavits and other reports also formed part of the court record in a matter. I want to refer to RJM 7 on page 288. That is a High Court judgment of Madam Justice Kathri Setlowani.
Yes, I have it.
It was a judgment delivered on the 4th of December 2015. As indicated in the head note of the reported judgment on page 288, the learned judge says this application concerns the independence of IPID, which is a statutory body established to investigate alleged misconduct and offences, including corruption committed by South African Police Service. Central to the question of IPID's independence is whether certain aspects of the legislative machinery regulating IPID afforded independence required by the Constitution. Then there's a reference in paragraph number 2 that when you took office, you became responsible for a publicly controversial IPID investigation into the alleged involvement of Lieutenant General Dramat, the then Director of Priority Crimes Investigation, DPCI, Major General Sabia, the provincial head of DPCI. Then there's a short recordal of how the investigation panned out. She says that Advocate Mosing of the NPA was responsible for overseeing the investigation, that's the IPID investigation, IPID sent Mosing an investigation report dated 22 January 2014. That's the January report, that's the first report.
Yes, indeed.
That's what is called the Kuba report.
Yes, yes.
The report, which was signed by Kubeka, concluded that Dramat and Sabia were involved in the illegal renditions and recommended that they be criminally charged with kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice. A subsequent and final investigation report on the matter, dated 18 March 2014, was signed by Kubeka, Mr. Matthew Sissoko, Chief Director, and McBride, and submitted to the NDPP on 13 April 2015 for a decision on prosecution. The report concluded that there was no evidence to suggest that Sabia and Dramat were involved in the illegal rendition of the Zimbabweans and recommended that no charges be brought against them.
The only correction is that the report is finished the 18th of March, but I signed it before handing it over to Masana on the 9th of April.
Okay. I was just reading from
Yes, sir.
the judgment.
Yeah, no, I just mentioned it for completeness.
Yeah. So,
Lest it may appear that I might be omitting things.
as long as it's not intentional or intended to mislead,
No, definitely
we
not.
all suffer from that fault line. Then this goes on to say that the Minister of Police, who is the first respondent in this application, had serious concerns with the recommendations in the March report. That's the final report.
Yes, sir.
In relation to Dramat and Sabia, as they were inconsistent with the recommendations of the January report. Relying on the January report, an investigation which he had commissioned Waxman's attorneys to conduct on the production of the two investigation reports, the minister initiated a suspension proceeding against McBride for alleged misconduct and placed him on precautionary suspension on 24 March 2015, just after a year after he took office. Then the learned judge references the powers or the statutory powers on which the then minister relied. You received a notice to attend a disciplinary inquiry, including a charge sheet. Then she goes on to say, in instituting the disciplinary inquiry, this is on page 289, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, at the top, the Minister relied on the same removal power, Section 66A of the IPID Act, read with the provisions governing disciplinary proceedings under the Public Service Act and the IPID regulations. And this was the charge. The charge sheet, the charge against McBride is essentially that McBride improperly altered or caused the alteration of the recommendations, findings, and evidence in the March 2014 report to protect Ramat and Sabia, and that he gave instructions to Kubeka and Sissoko to act in a manner for the same improper purpose. The merits of the charges are denied by McBride, Kubeka, and Sissoko, are not at issue in this application as they are subject of a disciplinary inquiry instituted by the Minister to be determined in due course. It is, however, the Minister's suspension of McBride and the institution of disciplinary proceedings against him which have led to the relief sought in the present application. Do you want to comment any further on this?
Yeah. So indeed, the High Court mainly dealt with the aspects relating to the minister's unilateral right to institute disciplinary proceedings, and that it gave too much power to the minister and removed the independence. And in this particular case, the minister disagrees with the recommendation and therefore moves to discipline. So those are the key issues, really. The minister, for an independent body, cannot interfere or suggest the outcome of an investigation. It's beyond his powers, in particular in an organization that's like IPID, which is a creature of the Constitution.
So in that matter, the High Court had set aside your suspension.
That's correct.
Or the rule that it was invalid and unconstitutional, and that the minister didn't have the powers to suspend you.
That's correct.
Because of the independence of IPID.
Yes.
The matter was escalated to the Constitutional Court, which is Annexure RJM2 at pages 36 to 65. That is a judgment for the full court, unanimous judgment by Justice Boshielo. Have you got it, Mr. McBride?
Yes, sir, I have it. Thanks.
The order of the Constitutional Court, which was decided on the 6th of September 2016, is at page 37, declaring those provisions set out on that page as invalid, to the extent that they authorize the Minister of Police to suspend, take disciplinary steps pursuant to the suspension, or to remove the Executive Director of IPID. And Parliament was also directed to cure the defects in the legislation within 24 months. On page 38 at paragraph 4, the order reads that it is declared that the decision of the Minister of Police to suspend Mr. Robert McBride from his position as Executive Director of IPID is invalid and is set aside. Now, just for the context, because although IPID is independent, the court makes it clear that it doesn't mean that IPID is not accountable.
That's correct, sir.
And because we are dealing here also going to deal with allegations that IPID itself was infiltrated, and there's allegations that IPID is controlled by one O'Sullivan, Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
And that there's some external influence. Now, at paragraph 24 on page 51, the court says that IPID is an independent police complaints body established in terms of Section 206 of the Constitution. Section 4.1 of the IPID Act requires it to function independently of SAPS. This is to ensure that IPID is able to investigate cases or complaints against the police without any fear, favor, or prejudice, or undue external influence. Section 4.2 of the IPID Act requires that each organ of state assists the Directorate to maintain its impartiality and to perform its functions effectively. Importantly, Section 2 of the IPID Act requires IPID to play an oversight role over SAPS and municipal police services. Given the nature, scope, and importance of the role played by police in preventing, combating, and investigating crime, IPID's oversight role is of cardinal importance. This is aimed at ensuring accountability and transparency by SAPS and municipal police services in accordance with the principles of the Constitution. Then at paragraph 26 on page 52, the responsibilities of the Executive Director is set out in that paragraph. Then the court references the role played by the Minister, and that the Executive Director is required to submit an annual report to the Minister within 5 months at the end of the financial year. This is on page 53. Evidently, this is intended to ensure that the Executive Director accounts to the Minister about activities within IPID. This is probably because the Minister, as the political head of the police, bears political responsibility for the police. but it's the next paragraph which I want to highlight, paragraph 28. But this on its own undermines, but this on its own, but does this on its own undermine IPID's independence to a point where it offends Section 206 of the Constitution? And the court says emphatically no. The fact that IPID is required both by the Constitution and the IPID Act to be independent does not mean it cannot be held accountable. That's correct. Like all organs of state, IPID must be accountable for its actions. To be insulated from undue political interference or control, that's correct, does not mean that IPID should be insulated from political accountability. Accountability is one of the important values enshrined in our Constitution, a basic tenet of good governance. Hence the requirement that it must submit reports about its activities to the minister, who in turn will place them before Parliament. Then at paragraph 31 on page 54, the court asks and answers the question, what then does the independence of IPID mean? Does it mean complete or sufficient independence? Admittedly, it is difficult to attempt to define precise contours of a concept as elastic as this. It requires a careful examination of a wide range of facts to determine this question. Amongst these are the method of appointment, the method of reporting, disciplinary proceedings, and method of removal of the executive director from office and security of tenure. Then the court references some important cases preceding this case, the Alan Suzman Foundation case and the Glenister 2 case. At paragraph 38 on page 57, comparing and contrasting IPID with the DPCI, Hawks, the court says that Section 6 of the IPID Act gives the minister enormous political powers and control over the executive director of IPID. It gives the minister the power to remove the executive director of IPID from his office without parliamentary oversight. This is antithetical to the entrenched independence of IPID envisaged by the Constitution, as it is tantamount to impermissible political management of IPID by the minister. To my mind, this state of affairs creates room for the minister to invoke partisan political influence to appoint someone who is likely to pander to his whims and who is sympathetic to the minister's political orientation. This might lead to IPID becoming politicized and being manipulated. Is this compatible with IPID's independence as demanded by the Constitution and the IPID Act? And the court says certainly not. Paragraph 39, to subject the executive director of IPID, which the Constitution demands to be independent, to the laws of governing the public service to the extent that they empower the minister to unilaterally interfere with the executive director's tenure, is subversive of IPID's institutional and functional independence, as it turns the executive director into a public servant subject to the political control of the minister. Without adequate independence, it would be easy for the minister to usurp the power of the executive director under the guise of exercising political accountability or oversight over IPID in terms of 206 of the Constitution. In this case, acting unilaterally, the minister invoked the provisions of Section 16A1 of the Public Service Act, placed McBride on suspension, and instituted disciplinary proceedings against him. Undoubtedly, such conduct has the potential to expose IPID to constitutionally impermissible executive or political control. That action is not consonant with the notion of the operational autonomy of IPID as an institution. Put plainly, it is inconsistent with Section 206 of the Constitution. It follows that it is invalid and must be set aside. And then the last paragraph I want to refer to, paragraph 43 on page 59. To my mind, the cumulative effect of the impugned sections has the potential to diminish confidence the public should have in IPID. As the amicus curiae emphasized in its submissions, both the independence and the appearance of an independent IPID are central to this matter. The manner in which the minister dealt with Mr. McBride demonstrates without doubt how invasive the minister's powers are. What exacerbates the situation is that he acted unilaterally. This destroys the very confidence which the public should have that IPID will be able, without undue political interference, to investigate complaints against the police fearlessly and without favor or bias. IPID must therefore not only be independent, but must be seen to be so. Without enjoying the confidence of the public, IPID will not be able to function efficiently, as the public might be disinclined or reluctant to report their cases to it. Do you want to comment on this? Because this also speaks directly to some aspects of the Honourable Committee's terms of reference. How does one, or how does this committee recommend to Parliament that trust and confidence be restored, not only in the police, but also some of the other arms of security in the country?
So, for example, the GPCI is still under.
Honorable Matthias.
No follow-up question. Just senior counsel, please speak into the mic. You extra soft today.
Sorry, Honourable Matthias. My apologies.
So, in response to the question, Honourable Chairperson, is a good example about non-implementation of Constitutional Court judgment is DPCI. DPCI is still under the National Commission of Police. DPCI is, its own budget is controlled, it's on the same budget as SAPS. It doesn't have, as this judgment indicates, structural and functional independence. When DPCI has to appoint a specific person, DPCI has to ask SAPS HR to stand in and decide. So we've contravened a number of judgments on that. In the issue of IPID, and as we've seen in recent years, IPID should move away from Minister of Police, as the Minister of Police is the head of a department, political head of a department, over which IPID has investigative oversight, including criminal investigations. And therefore, the minister would have an interest in controlling the outcomes. And that is our experience within IPID, various stages and various forms. And perhaps later on, I will come to that during questioning. So those are the issues. So there's still some outstanding legislation, probably for the work of the National Assembly to correct and implement, so that we do not have a repeat of inquiry after inquiry when police systems go wrong. And in that way, we need to fix the systems first. And a clear way to fix the system is the anti-corruption bodies need to have the necessary independence to be able to exercise an investigative oversight over them. If it's not there, it's just another form of control by the minister. Indeed, the forerunner to IPID was the ICD, which was part of the SAPS, and it took a lot, and it's still work in progress to get the mind of independence of IPID workers right, because some of them still have relationship with SAPS, and it goes to them being colleagues before and so on, and so it does affect their work. So, yes.
Thank you. Just to round off on the rendition issue of Ramat and Sapia. Sorry. Can we just reference at items 8 and 9 of the index annexure RJM 6A and RJM 6B? 6A is the rendition report. At page 186 to 213, and the Waxman's report is from 214 to 287.
Yes, I have.
So this particular report on page 186 that was the first January 2014 report.
Yes, yes.
And one can see from page 213 on page 213 Mr. Kuba, then the acting provincial head of IPID Limpopo, said based on the available evidence, IPID recommends that Lieutenant General Ramat, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleki, Constable Khadebi, Captain Kosi, and Warrant Officer Maku be charged criminally of kidnapping, defeating the ends of justice, assault, and theft. And of interest is at page 207. At page 207, there is a statement, a reference to statements taken of senior members of SAPS. And you'll see in the middle of the page, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to comment on that passage? Or do you want to read it again?
Is that 5.6?
5.6, yes.
Okay. So in context, this is Kuba writing about his interaction with General Mkhwanazi then, and what General Mkhwanazi will indicate about his knowledge of the rendition. He would state that in late 2011, when he was acting National Commissioner of the South African Police Services, he heard news when Minister Khadebi was commenting about the alleged death of a Zimbabwean citizen as a result of being handed to Zimbabwean authorities by South African Police Services. He immediately contacted the head of GPCI, Lieutenant General Ramat, and inquired about the issue. Lieutenant General Ramat confirmed that members of his unit did transport Zimbabwean citizens, but as illegal immigrants. He then summoned General Ramat to his office Lieutenant General Ramat came with an officer who introduced him as Cowboy. He was informed that Cowboy was in charge of the group that transported Zimbabwean citizens. Cowboy said that he was investigating a case of ATM bombing, which led him to the Zimbabwean citizen. After he realized they were not linked to the case, he decided to transport them to Beitbridge because they did not have valid documents. Cowboy further said that he got valid deportation documents from Home Affairs before he could transport them. He would state further that he could not understand why Cowboy did not hand over immigrants to Home Affairs when he asked whether it was necessary to transport illegal immigrants. Lieutenant General Dramat could not offer any explanation.
So there wasn't any further or other input from General Mkhwanazi to Cuba?
No, so according to these documents, no.
Okay, then the next reference is the Waxman's report on page 214. There's no reference to Mkhwanazi or whether or not he was interviewed in the compilation of this report.
Not that I'm aware of yet.
And this report also recommends, and it's apparent from page 285, the section on the recommendations.
Yes, I have it.
You see that Dramat, for the reasons set out at 531, we recommend that both criminal charges and disciplinary charges be brought against him in his capacity as an employee, and similarly for Sabia.
Yes.
Now, the third report is the one that is not in is not an annexure, Honorable Chair, honorable members, to the affidavit, but we have now included it late in the exhibit bundle. So I'm sure that hopefully by the time you ask questions of Mr. McBride, you would have had an opportunity to look at that report. That's the final report.
Yes, indeed.
Did you interview, amongst others, General Mkhwanazi in the compilation of that report?
No. I was not involved directly in the investigation, and I'm not sure if the others spoke to him again. What was done was the inclusion of the cell phone records analysis report to indicate whether the cell phone analysis report will confirm the suspicions or exonerate the suspects. And in this case, so even what Kuba did, he took the official phone of Sibia, and unbeknown to Sibia, the number of the private phone, and checked both of them. Those phones were together all the time, and they were nowhere near the crime scene as explained by witnesses. So it's not sustainable any longer to continue to suspect him and recommend prosecution.
Now, can I ask you to turn to Annexure RJM 8, which is on page 305. That is the affidavit or the sworn statement of Matthew Sissoko, an affidavit that he made to the the Zondo Commission.
Yes, sir.
It's at page 307. And that affidavit was deposed to on the 20th of November 2019. That you can see from page 314.
Yes, sir.
And he mentions at 307 paragraph 2, he says at the onset it was important to note, sorry, he introduces himself and says, I'm responsible for all provincial and national investigations of the directorate. I report directly to the executive director. Is that still his position? Do you know? Mr. McBride?
No, my understanding is Sissoko is now part of IDEC. As a permanent staff member in IDEC and head of investigations.
He says at the onset, it's important to note that I specifically asked the lawyers who were interviewing me what the status of the inquiry was and whether I was being investigated for misconduct or any criminal offense. To which they replied that the minister merely wanted to understand the circumstances surrounding the two reports. Then he also attaches a transcript of the interview. And he only participated without legal represent on the basis of this assurance. In paragraph 3, this notwithstanding, when the report was released, which was not officially given to us, but rather leaked to the Sunday Times newspaper,
Indeed.
it was recommended that I be charged criminally and departmentally without even affording me an opportunity to deal with the allegations against me. When you objectively look at the totality of the evidence in this matter, it is apparent that although Kuba signed the so-called first report with the recommendation that Ramat and Sabia should be charged, he regarded the report as an interim report, as he was aware that investigations were outstanding. Mosing and Moletsi came to a different conclusion relating to charging Sabia, concluding that there was no evidence to support the charge and also indicated that expert evidence on cell phone records needed to be procured. They both regarded Kuba's so-called first report as a draft report and marked it as such. The report emailed to me by Kuba after sending the so-called first report to Mosing does not recommend charging Sabia. See the email and the report attachment marked MS3. What was sent to me was his amended first report, which amended the recommendation that Sabia be charged. The decision arrived at by both Mzinyati and Beloye, were they at the time prosecutors, Mr. McBride?
Yes, sir.
In the NPA?
That's correct.
Without having regard to the so-called first report signed by Kuba and the final report signed by myself, Kuba, and McBride, is different from the recommendation of Mosing and Moletsi, as they decided that both Ramat and Sabia should be charged. So too the report, which is the final report signed by myself, Kuba, and McBride, concludes differently, that there is no evidence to support the charges against Ramat, Sabia, and other officers. So what was Mr. McBride, what is the upshot of all of this?
Is that the NPA itself, senior members were also of the view that it was an incomplete report. And they said so in writing, and some even wrote the word draft. And it's therefore no surprise that when the additional evidence is added, which shows a different perspective on the matter, that the recommendations from IPUD would be that charges against Sibia and Ramat are not sustainable. There's no evidence to sustain it. So that's it. But it shouldn't be a surprise. Now, just for completeness sake, Chair, this matter has been ventilated in this august house before the portfolio committee ad infinitum. And it's on and on about it. When I requested that I should come and explain this, what's explained in the Zondo Commission, Mr. Bjekman refused to let me come and explain the side. So they started a long process which then culminated in my suspension then, together with Werksman report. No consideration of the totality of evidence that was there. So, and it's not the first time, and it happens a few times. Honorable Chairperson, in this august house, it happens a few times when that happens.
Just explain to us, Mr. Bjekman, those of us who, people who may not know who you're referring to.
Oh, Mr. Bjekman was the executive director of IPUD before me, and also became a chair of the portfolio committee of police. Prior to that, he was a National Party member, and with the collapse of the National Party, he joined the ANC. It was during, I think, floor crossing period or something. So he was beholden to be told what to do, and so he closed his mind.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. McBride. Sorry, that sentence sounds incomplete. Through you, you said he was beholden to be told what to do. By who?
I reckon by my fellow comrades in the ANC, who had convinced themselves by whatever they were told by the then senior member of the ANC, Nkosi Nhlego.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I raised my hand earlier on, I think twice. You didn't recognize me, and I'm going to go back to the same question because it's relevant now. You mentioned that there was a plot against General Sibia, and you mentioned that all the statements given was incorrect by the members within SAPS. Who were these members?
The people who made the false statements.
Yes.
So it was, I don't remember the names off by heart yet, but it was the same people, and that's what Kube explained to me. At some stage, General Sibia, and here's where the problem starts, arrested General Mkhwanazi, Richard Mkhwanazi. And during the appearance of Richard Mkhwanazi in the court in Johannesburg, a number of armed people were putting the proceedings under surveillance, and Sibia and his fellow officers approached them, and an altercation ensued, ultimately which led to the arrest of those people. And those people describe Sibia in a particular way: a tall man in a gray suit and driving a BMW. Now that same description of him mysteriously comes up by the same people of crime intelligence. By the way, those people of crime intelligence, honorable member, they were crime intelligence members, and the name comes up again in this rendition issue as the statements supposedly implicating Sibia. But where they place Sibia on the scene, Sibia is 100 kilometers away from there. from the cell phone records which were obtained subsequently. So in my mind, it's a stitch up. It's a fabrication. And that's what, according to Kuba, what gave him an idea to look is that he investigated both cases. So that's how he remembered the statement in the other one. And then it became clearer afterwards when we got the cell phone records. It can't be unless General Sabir has the ability to bilocate and be in two places at the same time.
Okay, Mr. McBride, you can stop speaking. I want to give you a break, honorable members, and because this is your time now, let me check, is there any one of you who wants to speak? This is your time.
No, Chair, just to remind the witness to mind the mic. Only that, Chair, nothing else.
Okay. Any other, are you satisfied, Honorable James?
Not quite, Chair, because political interference and factions is what we are probing with INSAPS. And Mr. McBride takes us back to 2014, and he says that the factions actually started then, and it kicked off with the arrest of Richard Mkhwanazi. And this is why I'm asking names. If you're saying it started then, are they still employed within crime intelligence? And you also specifically mentioned crime intelligence, and that is where the rot is today and the people that we are dealing with. Are they still employed within crime intelligence? Okay, thanks.
My apologies, Chief Whip. I can't say definitively, but from my knowledge, they still are.
I want to get indication from you, Honorable James. Are you satisfied? Anything, Honorable Sauls?
Partially satisfied, Chair. I just would have wanted
Anything,
name.
Honorable Matthews? Honorable Ntuli?
No, nothing on my side at the moment.
Honorable Mngango?
Well, nothing on my side. Thank you.
Honorable Sangoni?
No, nothing, Chair.
Honorable Sakanyile?
Nothing, Chair.
Honorable Ngola?
One thing, Chair, let's go to a break.
Honorable Nomvalo?
Nothing, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe?
Nothing, Chair.
Charlie?
I think I must take a little bit of time to really make some follow-up questioning, which might take around 15 minutes, Chair. Do you allow me?
No, it's your time, I mean.
Thank you, Chair. So no member should intimidate me then. I really thank for the opportunity, but I'll come back at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach? Honorable Kuala Barnard? Honorable Cameron? Honorable Topa?
I'm fine, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels? We will come back at 14 hours. Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse and our witness, Mr. McBride. Thank you. 14 hours, Mr. McBride, you are sitting on that chair at 14 hours. Members, good afternoon. Mr. Robert John McBride and Advocate Aransa. It is now 14 hours. We want to listen to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good afternoon. Mr. McBride, we've now dealt with your entry into IPID. The first was, as it were, storm you walk into. There is the rendition case. As a result of that, you get suspended. You take that to court, and now you resume work in the same position at IPID, and that's at paragraph 12 of your statement. You remained in that position until the 28th of February 2019. Correct. Now, what I want to go to is to deal with what happens post that. And in this regard, I want to ask you to turn to page 15, paragraph 57. Okay. Shortly after your return to IPID in October 2016, Mkhwanazi, who was acting in my position whilst I was in suspension, did not return to work. He was transferred by Minister Nhleko and Shlemeza without consulting me as the head of IPID and without a handover report from Mkhwanazi, sorry. Can you just give us a bit more background on what happened there? And who are, we now hear for the first time the names of Shlemeza and Mkhwanazi.
So in the aftermath of Ramat being suspended and not coming back to work, threats and pressure pushed on him.
May you please get the microphone to your mouth.
In the aftermath of Ramat being suspended and not coming to work because of a number of threats against him, and Mkhwanazi was put in his place as acting. That is, Mkhwanazi was in the Limpopo province, and then he was made head of now GPCI. And so when I was reinstated by the Constitutional Court gave Parliament 30 days to deal with my matter so that I face accountability. After 30 days were up, I went back to work. On arriving at work, I sought to speak to Mr. Mkhwanazi to be able to get a handover report, what has been taking place. Mkhwanazi didn't return to work ever again. He got transferred to GPCI first. And then he was needed to make a statement. And because GPCI investigative oversight still falls under IPID. He then jumped from IPID to CIRA. So, and then he eventually landed up not long after that in the Free State in Mangaung to try and establish a metropolis there. So that's what he sent there. And the last I heard from him was that he was assaulting the city manager or something at Mangaung. A video on TV or something was doing the rounds.
Okay, so he disappears from the scene.
Yes,
Okay.
he disappeared.
And then we also see at paragraph 58 that on the 1st of November, as with Ramat and Sabia, the case against you was withdrawn. And you comment there that what is interesting is that the same prosecutors who had insisted on prosecuting you were now saying in their own internal memorandum that there was no evidence against you.
So, yes, sir. So already early in June or July, an internal memo indicated that they were aware that the first reports were incomplete because the cell phone, and this is critical, this distinction. Cell phone records mean nothing on their own. So an analysis report is what gives you the information of who was where, when, at which tower. And that was a report that was missing, that was not attached to the docket. They admitted themselves, yet Tory Pretorius and Advocate Mohammed decided to go ahead with the prosecution in spite of knowing that the case is not prosecutable. So they wanted to postpone the case when we arrived, but we insisted we want to plead. And he consulted with Tory Pretorius. It was quite embarrassing. I almost said holding his head like a headless chicken, but it's mixing metaphors there. So there was no case, and they didn't allow us to plead, because if you allow to plead and there's no evidence, it's a permanent acquittal. But they didn't allow us that. And similarly, Ramat and Sabir later on won the case against that. I think Cowboy continued to be prosecuted, Cowboy Malele. So it's clear that there was connivance between the minister's office and the prosecuting authority, because one of the report that the minister used to kind of find fault with us was a January report, which obviously Mosing had given him because Mosing had it from Cuba. So there was, my own view is that the decision was to get rid of Dramat. And there's lots of speculations about that, but Sibia fell in the middle. Sibia just fell in the middle because someone had a bone to pick with him. And we were the ones who refused to recommend prosecution. Once we had received the new evidence, threw a completely different light on the matter.
Okay, if I may proceed, then onto under this subheading of infiltration of IPID by crime intelligence from paragraph 59 onwards.
Yes, sir.
Upon paragraph 59.
So upon my return in October 2016, I was alerted to irregularities and how investigations had been conducted during the time when I was on suspension under Mr. Kamanyani. There were allegations that certain cases have been investigated by the IPID had been prematurely closed without carrying out proper investigation process. as contained in the standard operating procedures. Part of the problem was due to infiltration by crime intelligence in the form of Brigadier Klo Homo, who had been appointed at IPID as a director of investigations, but took over Sissoko's position while Sissoko was suspended, acting as overall national head of investigations. So Homo left IPID when I returned. I actually met with him and asked him, it was him and another officer, what is your role here in IPID? How did you come here? And he couldn't give an explanation properly and then didn't come back. I next saw him in Parliament together with Patlani's team defending Patlani. So it was a strange situation. I even mentioned to the chairperson, that there's Homo there, I pointed to him sort of behind me at top left-hand corner. He was in IPID and disappeared and went straight into a job in crime intelligence. So what was he doing at IPID? And there was another one, an officer there, which, if necessary, I'll talk about that afterwards. So to me, it was clear it was a stitch up, and who knows how many others are there, but it's an old practice of disruption, sow suspicion, buy off witnesses, buy off investigators. You know, I think I watched a bit of Patlani, yeah, and he talks about Stratcom. That's the old Stratcom of, you know, security branch. Do it like that. They disrupt, they bribe, they cause suspicion, find comrades kill each other because someone whispered something about them. The same kind of mentality was put against us. At the end of my affidavit, I deal with some recommendations about the mandate of counterintelligence, of crime intelligence, and a specific mandate that's given to them, which is on counterintelligence, is that they must deal with their own members, not society. That is for state security. With defense, they deal with the soldiers who are up to no good. Now, what business does crime intelligence have infiltrating other departments of the state, or spying on politicians, or trying to be of use to politicians? Once a guy owns you, he owns you. You have to do his bidding, you have to give him a position. And that's where the problem comes. So crime intelligence and the control of that fund makes crime intelligent people invincible, and they start to manipulate. And we've seen it with loads of issues. That's what they do, and that's, I would appeal to the legislators, the representatives of the people to correct that as quickly as possible, or provide clarity on that, because I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but ultimately that's what it is. Homo had no reason why he should be an IPID. So Homo also plays a role during Zondo Commission. He has been recorded now telling the late Mandla Mahlangu, may his soul rest in peace, that he must make up stories against Sissoko and me. He must find something, and he will get promotion, and he mustn't worry. And it comes a lot of times. It comes to Kuba, it comes to twice to Kuba. They use carrot and stick. They first expel him, and then they try and tempt him with promotions in SAPS. So this fluidity of moving from one organization to another without any accountabilities is a problem, because they use it as inducement, as gratification. And I'll come later to that when we deal specifically with Cedric Ngabinde, and how the way the system is applied works, works really wrongly here.
Can we, because we reference a statement by,
Before we proceed, may we please take Honorable James and Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McBride, you're sharing very interesting information. Sorry to interject. You are saying, just clarity, you are saying crime intelligence and counterintelligence, two separate departments, right? And you are saying that the mandate, if I understood you correctly, you are saying that the mandate of counterintelligence is to investigate their fellow SAPS members. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am, they form part of the same department.
Okay.
So there'd be a collection, which is the collection of intelligence related to criminal activity, and then a counter, which is involved supposedly in terms of that Act of 94. So I don't want to get it wrong, Chair, again, the wrong one. But
Mr. McBride, let me just finish my question and then you can answer me. So counterintelligence, in my understanding, you're correct when you say, I also have that understanding that it's a department mandated to investigate members within SAPS. And then we have this task team that was formed, that's been part of this committee, the work that we're probing, counterintelligence that was established. So we had PKTT and the other task team was counterintelligence. And you just said now that counterintelligence has no business investigating other cases that involve sort of civil society. Did I hear you correctly?
that's correct, ma'am.
So you're saying that the counterintelligence that was composed of General Kumalo and others that was investigating the likes of Kat Matlala, they had no business investigating that cartel?
Honorable member, there is collections
you,
that
Chair.
do it, which is a much bigger department than counterintelligence, which is there specifically for the criminals. That is crime intelligence overall. There's a collection section and an analysis section. Their job is to collect evidence, to run operations on criminal activity. But the counterintelligence part is to look at when their own members get compromised by their criminal networks or by criminals. That's the job, to keep, as it were, the water pure. So it's not crime intelligence, it's counterintelligence people who must deal with civilians and other departments. It's the collection section. And they have a big budget for it to run that. So to put it under counterintelligence, I think is acting out of their mandate, in my opinion. So that needs to be clarified and fixed. It can't be willy-nilly. So defense intelligence is about, defense intelligence, counterintelligence is about soldiers. And with civilians, the agency, state security must deal with civilians who are unpatriotic. Sometimes they can do joint operations. The counterintelligence of the two services. But they have a big collection section which deals with collection on intelligence on criminals. That is crime intelligence's collection section.
Honorable James, what is the answer to your question?
I'm settled, I'm covered. Thank you, Chair. I understand. I just needed to understand the difference and the mandate of the different departments, units within SAPS. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want clarity from Mr. McBride, our witness here. What is the name of Hamunyane?
Israel Ketsabai.
What is it?
His first name is Israel, his second name is Ketsabai.
Okay, because when I look here, I've tried to look for it and I could not get the name correctly. So he was when you said here, when you arrived, he left.
Yeah, so he was there already. He was the provincial head of Free State. And in fact, at some stage, he was put in a task teams again, for Marikana investigation before I arrived. And, but when I was on suspension, he was put in my place to act as executive director. And the moment when I returned, he didn't come to work again.
So in other words, you are saying he was seconded because you say he was based in Free State, am I right?
Well, he was a provincial head of IPID in Free State.
And then he came to act.
In my position, yes.
Yeah, hence I'm saying he was seconded because he was a provincial head, am I right?
He was substituting whilst I was on suspension.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair. It will come when we have questions. Thank you, Chair.
That's it.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted some clarity on the spear and Dromat, whether the spear that we're talking about here is the same as General Spear that actually was here before.
Yes, Honorable Mwangwe, it's General Shadrach Sibia.
Is him the severe that you know, Honorable Nwango?
Well, it would appear it is the same spear that I know.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's proceed, Advocate.
On crime intelligence and alleged infiltration by crime intelligence, can I refer you to the evidence, the affidavit or statement of
Advocate Arens and Mr. McBride. I'm bringing this information to your attention that the people of South Africa say they want to hear you.
hear me?
When you speak, both of you.
Mr. McBride, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the infiltration by crime intelligence, may I refer you to the sworn statement of Mandla Gekizo Mashlangu, which is at page 66 of the annexure of the bundle. It's annexure RJM3A.
Yes, sir, I have it.
It's dated the 25th of May 2018. Just before we go into the contents of that affidavit, what happened to him?
Well, I will come to it later, but Mandla had faced a number of threats. And in short, he was murdered. He was murdered after he made a particular statement incriminating one of the people who testified here.
Has his murder been resolved? Has anyone been brought to account?
In my view, partly. 2 suspects were arrested, prosecuted successfully. In their testimony, they said police paid them to commit the murder.
Okay. You don't have a exact reference of that?
No, I
Is that we
don't
could
have it. It
perhaps...
was kept so quiet in the media at that stage. It was just closed at that stage.
Now, if we go to page 66,
yes, sir.
You'll see there that he says that he was the principal investigator of IPID then, and that he was the former lead investigator in the case involving General Pashlani relating to a charge of fraud, corruption, and money laundering, and hence his involvement. My colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi is going to deal in a bit more detail with the Paslani and Kabinde matters. But I just want to focus on the other allegations. In paragraph 4, he says, during the month of March 2018, I was approached by a member of Crime Intelligence who requested to see me in connection with recruiting me to SAPS. And I remember very well because I also recorded the meeting. The recording was also transcribed and it's annexed to his affidavit. The person who called me was Brigadier Khomo, who was previously a member of the IPID. He promised me a brigadier position in the SAPS, in crime intelligence, and indicated that it is facilitated at the highest level in the police. There are a number of subsequent calls, which one of them was recorded after the initial recording and will also be attached after they have been transcribed. I have then informed Nkabinde about me being approached by the crime intelligence, and he told me that he was also approached. He further said to me, we rather go and work for SAPS because we are not appreciated at IPID. After I was approached by Brigadier Khomo, I informed Mr. Sissoko, the National Head of Investigation, and the Executive Director, Mr. McBride. I also want to respond in my statement to a letter of April 2018 that's relating to Nkabinde, which my colleague will also deal with. So just to pause there, Mr. McBride, this approach to the late Mr. Mashlangu, and he also alleges that Nkabinde was approached by Brigadier Khomo and that he conveyed this to you and to Mr. Siseko.
That's correct, sir. Indeed, he did.
What was your response? What was your reaction?
I then called a meeting with the task team because I had been receiving quite a lot of reports that this was taking place to ascertain how we can mitigate the situation, how we can salvage it. And I asked everyone to acknowledge that they were approached and an improper offer was made. And Manda stood up and he acknowledged he was approached. He says by who? Nkabinde didn't stand up. Cedric didn't stand up at all. And yet there's quite a lot on Cedric already, who is meeting with that. At that stage, Cedric had been meeting with suspects already. And later on, he gets suspended and all of that. But at this stage, March, so in January, he meets with a number of suspects who are co-defendants, if I can use that word, with Paslani at the moment, but he was meeting him for no apparent reason. And in a run-up to July, where he posted a statement in support of Paslani, he was meeting with Paslani. And the actual places where they meet, I think, might be in the bundle. But that's going to form part of evidence which Paslani has to answer for. In any event, they met regularly, and they also met with Paslani's lawyer. And then he started countering. And one must bear in mind, and I'll talk to it later, lead investigator on the Paslani matter was Cedric Nkabinde himself. So this 180 degrees is very strange setup. I'm sorry if I'm going too fast.
I think if you don't mind, if you could just flag it.
Okay,
and
sir.
pause there on that. I just want to deal with this issue. If you go to page 537, that is the affidavit of Mr. Mashlangu, and then he attaches. It's not quite there. The the recordings that he refers to. And this affidavit, I don't know if you can help us. I see it's filed in that case number. Pretoria Central case number. Can you see that at 537?
1 second, sir. Okay, I have it. Yes, I see it, sir. He's confirming the transcribed version of the conversation that he had with Khomo, which he refers to earlier.
Okay.
And that was for the transcribers to, I think, identify the speakers.
And then there's a handwritten affidavit. That's part of the, looks like the criminal docket. At 539 at the top, you can see that he talks about recording the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, sir, during Zondo Commission, for example, the live recording, the audio was played before Judge Zondo. So it was played for them to hear. And having interacted with Khomo, it was clearly his voice, in addition to what the transcribers confirmed.
And on page 540, there's a list of questions which may be of much interest to honorable members of the committee. Who would have asked those questions?
So this was what Khomo and Ngube from Mabula team asked to Mandla in the presence of Mashukha, and also indicated that the statement must answer these questions, and where there was no answer or not a likelihood, they must create an answer. So that's what I understand from this. That's the purpose of this. So this was done between crime intelligence, Ngube, and Mashukha, the prosecutor who's now retired. Funny enough, when I had to testify in a case where he was the prosecutor, he then resigned and no longer prosecuted the case.
Chair. Sorry. I don't know what's the fight between Mr. McBride and the mic. There seems to be a serious war between him and that mic. You see, it's looking on the other way, and he's looking on the other way. Can you mind your mic, please, Mr. McBride? If we are struggling to hear Tina in the chamber, how much to those who are listening from home? Okay. Please do with that. Thank you.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, very well.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. McBride, this is the last time we talk about the microphone.
Sorry, sir, just on that. If I make a mistake on the microphone and I'm turning away, what happens then? I just want to be clear about this, sir.
The chairperson is saying this is the last time we talk about the microphone. And what the chairperson is saying is that look at Advocate Arendse and proceed.
Understood, sir.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair? Thank you. Just on the crime intelligence aspect still, can I ask you to go to Annexure RJM 3 small b, which is on page 107? That is an affidavit by Ambulani Innocent Kuba. What 107? This is an affidavit he deposed to, is that in? Is that, it can't be, it says 16 January 2026. Or it must be 2016.
It's 2016.
26. Oh, is it this year?
Yeah, so he confirmed a previous.
Yeah, this is the
unsigned
one, sorry, at 109. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
at 109. Thank you.
We confirmed a previous unsigned one which was submitted to some investigation carried out by Zondo Commission. So in which the signed version is with the Zondo Commission.
So at 107, is this the same Kuba who had also done the
Rendition.
March rendition report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he says that in October 2020, I deposed to an affidavit providing details on the meeting between Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and I, which was arranged by General Nematanzela of Crime Intelligence. The affidavit was drafted through the help of Advocate Ali SC, who was at the time assisting the Zondo Commission. And the attached draft unsigned is attached as HK1. That's the one that starts at 109. I think 108 is missing from the bundle. Have you got 108?
I have 108 is where the 16th of January 2026 one was commissioned, yeah.
And it's in the soft copy. And he says on 23 October 2020 at 19:53, Advocate Ali sent an email containing 2 attachments of the affidavits drafted during a consultation, which took place the same month. These draft affidavits had no material differences except that the other was refined and had extensive track changes in which Advocate requested me to attach proof or provide clarity. The affidavit was subsequently signed during our follow-up consultation. So he says, presumably when you tried to obtain this affidavit, they was unable to locate the signed copy.
The signed copy, yes, indeed. That's why there was a request that you must confirm this is the one he deposed.
So at 109, he says at paragraph 3, I have made 2 statements in the investigation of a criminal case against former National Commissioner of the SAPS, Lieutenant General Pashlani, and he cites the Pretoria Central case number. The present affidavit must be read in conjunction with those statements. In February 2018, I received several telephone calls from Major General Nematanzela of Crime Intelligence. He stated that he wanted to introduce me to a person in Sandton who had information relating to, and there's a, is that omission there, is that intentional? Relating to, there's a space. You don't know what that refers to. He says, I knew General Nematanzela because I had previously obtained a statement from him when investigating the rendition matter. I agreed to the meeting but did not want to meet in Sandton. I suggested that the meeting take place in Pretoria. General Nematanzela provided me with the details of the venue, which turned out to be a 5-star hotel past Menlyn. I don't recall the name of the hotel, but I'll find the name for you because I recall where it was. I traveled to the venue together with 2 of my IPID investigators, Mr. Matlakeng and Mr. Gibson. We had some difficulty locating the venue. I received several calls from General Nematanzela to give me the directions. We kept getting lost. My cell phone records can be used to identify the date, time, and venue of the meeting. I eventually found the venue and then needed to phone Mkhwanazi to find out where he was in the hotel. He directed me to the lobby. It was dusk when I arrived. I imagine it was approximately 1800 hours. Gibson and Matlakeng remained in the vehicle while I went in to meet with Mkhwanazi and his anonymous witness. I did not tell him anything about what had been discussed in the meeting. Tell them, sorry. I went straight to Mr. Sissoko's office. Mkhwanazi and I remained in the lobby while we waited for the anonymous witness. Sorry, at 110, eh? We had 110.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. He was in telephonic discussion with the witness. In one of his discussions with this person, I recall him explaining that we, quote, we are already seated here waiting for you. Mkhwanazi and I had drinks, juice, while we waited for the anonymous witness. After one of his calls, Mkhwanazi said to me that we could go now. We took the lift and went to one of the floors. I do not recall which floor it was. When we got out of the lift, I saw Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I immediately recognized him. I had interviewed him in the rendition matter. Mkhwanazi asked us to switch off our cell phones and to hand them to him. He took the phones and placed them in an adjacent room. Present in the meeting were General Mkhwanazi, Mkhwanazi, and me. I do not recall precisely how long the meeting lasted. I imagine it took approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. I was present in the meeting with Mkhwanazi and Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi started the meeting by talking about politics. He later explained that there were 2 IPID officials who had given Section 204 statements, Nkabinde and Mashlangu. 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act deals with witnesses who are themselves implicated in criminal wrongdoing, who have agreed to testify on behalf of the state against an accomplice. Mkhwanazi asked McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. He wanted to know what they were involved in and how they were involved. I explained to him that I did not spend time with McBride socially and was accordingly not in a position to provide him with details of McBride's relationship with O'Sullivan. I should emphasize that at no point did he suggest that I should lie. Mkhwanazi said I would have taken that I would be taken care of. That who held the post of chief director, which would be at the rank of Major General in SAPS, would be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General, which was on the same rank as him. Mkhwanazi indicated that both Nkabinde and Mashlangu would also be promoted into higher ranks within the SAPS because of their cooperation. He explained that one of them had not yet signed. When I was leaving, he said I should think about it. He said he was meeting with Nkabinde and Mashlangu later that evening. I imagine that the meeting ended between 1900 or 2000. I traveled back to the office of Mr. Sissoko, who was waiting for me. We discussed a lot about whether it was true that these 2 IPID officials had turned Section 204. We got the sense that Mkhwanazi was trying to fish to get me to tell him what I knew. My sense was that he wanted to give the impression that he already knew that I should tell him, since the information would already be shared by my officials. I went to check at the hotel room of Nkabinde. I knocked on his door and he did not answer. I phoned Siseko and said he might be true. This might be true because Nkabinde was not there. We were staying in the same hotel. At 2400 hours or 1 o'clock in the morning, I heard Nkabinde returning to his room. I told myself I was not going to sleep until he returned. We had an adjacent room. I heard him enter the room and turn his TV on. I sent Sissoko a message saying he was just there. Mashlangu later told Sissoko that he had been approached. I think Sissoko and McBride, who were called into a meeting to find out if anyone was approached. Mashlangu confirmed that he had been approached, and he said he had been approached by Homo. I was expecting him to include Mkhwanazi, but he did not mention Mkhwanazi. On the one occasion, he got angry with me for mentioning Mkhwanazi because he made it clear that he was a family friend. He did not want to mention the name of Mkhwanazi. So this is still on the aspect of some influence by crime intelligence or alleged influence. We'll deal in more detail with Nkabinde. Now, the mention of General Mkhwanazi, is this the same as General Mkhwanazi, who made a media statement on the 6th of July last year?
Indeed, it's just the same Mkhwanazi, yes.
Now, yeah, just on a personal level, you deal with General Mkhwanazi on page 7, paragraph 26.
One second, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you want to deal with
Yes.
that? Or you can read it into the record.
So paragraph 26 on page 27 of the affidavit. I'll now turn to General Mkhwanazi. I do not know General Mkhwanazi except I have previously encountered him in a meeting when former Minister Nkosinathi Nhleko introduced himself to the SAP senior management and the entities. So IPID, SIRA were regarded as entities. From memory, General Mkhwanazi was whining about not being given work and responsibility, and his whining was directed at National Commissioner Ria Piecha. From my time at IPID, I'm aware of an incident, it should be incidents, there's a few of them, where General Mkhwanazi played an undue and prosecutable role in trying to disrupt and scuttle IPID's investigation into General Patlani with Brigadier Klo Homo of Crime Intelligence and others. To that end, I attach an affidavit by Mkhwanazi, marked RJM3A. Mkhwanazi's affidavit deals with his personal knowledge of interference by SAPS members. I pause to mention that Mkhwanazi was subsequently murdered in 2020 after filing this statement, which was also going to be used in a disciplinary proceedings against Homo. The only other time I got to hear about General Mkhwanazi's name is when IPID was investigating what we call IVU 3 allegations of corruption in the procurement of bulletproof vests. The allegation was that the bulletproof vests procurement was inflated and there was a move to procure more vests at the same time as inflated prices. If I can just pause there to elaborate on something. General Mkhwanazi was a close friend of the Mkhwanazi family. He was very close to Mandla. They attended soccer matches together. And when Mandla was shot at the first time, after receiving all the threats, General Mkhwanazi was first on the scene. When Mandla was murdered at his small holding, The first person outside the small holding to be on the scene was General Mkhwanazi. Yet General Mkhwanazi does not mention or take the committee into confidence of completeness. He, in both this inquiry and the Madlanga, he understates his knowledge of Mahlangu. Furthermore, he does not attend the funeral of Mahlangu, even though he's a close family friend. So I find it a bit strange, but that's not the issue, really. I mean, it's that is clear. Everybody knows it. So Patlani and Mkhwanazi are very close. Mkhwanazi looked after Patlani, and in his an attempt to disrupt the investigation. He was in HR. What's he doing inquiring about investigations?
Okay. Do you or did you know General Khumalo, Dumisani Khumalo?
No, I didn't know him at all. Didn't know him at all. The only instance where his name came up is the former mayor of Newcastle, Dr. Mahlaba, came to my office and complained that the then brigadier was harassing them and was torturing his bodyguards or something like that. And he wanted to complain about it. So the case was given to the same Mandla Mahlangu. And I didn't hear much about it, except last night I heard that there was some settlement between SAPS and Dr. Mahlaba. So Dr. Mahlaba was a high-profile person and the mayor of Newcastle, and later on became an MEC of two portfolios in KZN.
You refer to that at page 7 of your affidavit. You don't otherwise know General Khumalo, interacted with him?
No, I haven't. I don't really know him here, except from the complaint from Dr. Mahlaba. That's all. That's where I know him from.
And about the PKTT, you know about PKTT?
I know nothing about PKTT. Let me just go further back. So the reason why we're here is according to terms of reference, the media conference on 6th of July last year, 2025, last year. Now, in that media conference, my name was not mentioned there. So for me, it was okay. I looked and saw it's Mkhwanazi. Seemingly, he was unhappy about the closing of PKTT and also the arrest of General Khumalo. So later on in Madlanga, I don't think he mentions it again, but he drops it in passing, yeah, about iPad, about what he heard from Nkabinde. In other words, what Nkabinde told him. In other words, hearsay. And that opened the way for Nkabinde to come and testify. Yeah, the ad hoc committee. Nkabinde's testimony opened the way or the gap for Patlani to come in. So that's why I have to come here, because PKTT, I know nothing about it. I have left the criminal justice system in 2019, Chair.
Before we go to the PKTT, then we take Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomval, Honorable Sango.
Thank you, Chair.
Wait just a moment. And who else? Okay, it will be the three speakers.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. McBride, because I think he told us just now to say, Mandla, I think is it Mandla Masango, was a friend to General Mkhwanazi. They used to go together to watch football games. And unfortunately, he was murdered. And General Mkhwanazi did not attend the funeral. And you mentioned another gentleman, you said General Mkhwanazi was the first one to be on the scene. Yeah, so what does that mean?
It's the same person.
For me, it's inconsistent with being a close friend to a person. You're on the scene when they're shot at and when they're murdered. You don't attend the funeral and you're supposed to be a close family member. So for me, it's inconsistent. So when you investigate anything, I was not investigating anymore. I was out of the criminal justice system. I noted, because it's critical, it should have been mentioned there. So it was understated. So in the same way, Chair, as some of the aspects of my CV were understated, similarly, General Mkhwanazi should be stating how well he knew Mandla Mahlangu, and that he was on the scene first on 2 occasions when Mandla was shot at, including the fatal one when Mandla was murdered. So that's what that means, Honorable.
So hence I was asking that, are you saying that General Mkhwanazi has got something to do with that? Of him, that person being shot, of him not attending the funeral?
I would say it's inconsistent, like I said earlier. I don't know whether he had something to do with it or not. There is a trail that leads back to police, but his under-mentioning of his involvement and closeness, and the fact that he was on the scene, for me, is inconsistent. It needs to be looked at.
So you did attend the funeral of Mahlangu?
Yes.
So
Sorry?
You did attend that?
Yes, I spoke at the funeral.
Okay, so General Mkhwanazi was not there?
He was not there. Mzwaki Mbuli was there also. And by the way, Mzwaki was also close to Cedric, because when I attended Cedric's mother's unveiling, Mzwaki Mbuli was there also in Kwamashu.
No, I think you are providing more details than is necessary. The honorable member was asking you about the shooting and the funeral. And I think you need to say it, Mr. McBride, that the name that you are mentioning of Mzwaki Mbuli is not in any way related to our proceedings. Can you say that?
Thank you, Chair. Except if I omitted it, some notable.
Unless you want to mention a list of other people who were there. You can imagine where he's sitting saying, but why am I being mentioned for being at the funeral?
Well, he is my friend. He can talk to me.
Yeah, I can also say they say that he's my friend and he did not expect you to mention that. Especially that it's only him alone in a list of many monarchs that could have been there.
Sir, I didn't want to run the risk of under-mentioning stuff when it was so obvious, and I thought it's important at the time I testified to that fact.
Yeah, I'm just saying that wherever he is, if he's following the proceedings, he must not be rattled and start to think maybe he can write to the committee and say, look, I was there just as part of those people who were going to pay their last respect. Because, or if I may ask you, by your recollection, how many people could have been there?
At the funeral? I'd say about 200 people.
Yeah.
Chair, I think I've traversed this matter because for me, I thought perhaps there's some insinuations without saying much about the matter, that the General Mkhwanazi he was the first there, he did not attend the funeral. Hence, I wanted the
No,
clarity.
it's
But thank you so
fine.
much. Thank you.
You have a full day tomorrow if you want to ask questions. I think this was just a clarity-seeking question, but that clarity ended up smuggling the name of Mzwaki Mbuli in it. Honorable Lovalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just want to be sure that I'm following the witness correctly for my records. So you said General Mkhwanazi came to the scene. Did he come in his official capacity or in his personal capacity to the scene? Did he go to the scene in his personal capacity as Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi or in his official capacity as General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, who's the commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal?
I don't know. He was in HR. I'm not sure what official capacity he has. He went there, as I assume, because he knew something had happened.
You mean he was in HR, he was not a police officer?
He was not an investigator.
I'm asking, was he a police officer at that time?
Yes, he was a police officer.
So on what capacity was he there? As a police officer or as a civilian?
I don't know. I was not on the scene. I
You don't know, or you heard?
Yes, yes.
So you rely on hearsay?
I rely on confirmed anecdotal evidence.
And then the last one, which I want to confirm, you are saying you only knew General Mkhwanazi in a meeting wherein he was complaining about not getting a job or not getting work. Is that correct?
Yes, and I qualified and say until his name comes up in the Kuba incident and the Mahlangu incident.
And then you further on, you further said that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was a friend with Mahlangu. They used to attend matches together. Is
Yes,
that what you said?
they were very close.
How did you know? Because you are saying you only knew him in a meeting. So how did you know that he attended matches together? How did you see them?
Thank you. So Mandla himself came and told me. So after the investigation started and the so-called task team started investigating, a few months after, so Mandla received a threat. First, telephonically, SMS, he received two. One we traced back to crime intelligence floor. There was a repeater transponder on the floor of crime intelligence in Erasmus Kloof. But later on, early in 2017, Mandla called me, very worried and scared. He wants to meet me, but I must not come to his house. He must not come to my place. We must meet. And he gave me the spot, which is, I don't know if I should give all the details, Chair. So we met at a spot, which is a filling station. And then he told me he was approached by Mkhwanazi.
Can I disturb you a bit? Was that before a meeting where Mkhwanazi was complaining?
No, Mkhwanazi was early, 2014, when he was complaining. Nhleko was still there. Yeah, it was before when he was introducing himself. Could have been 2014, when the erstwhile comrade Nhleko was introducing himself.
So it was after the meeting?
Yeah, 2017, early 2017.
Okay, Chair, no, I will pursue it further during my time for asking questions. Thank you.
Oh, it's your Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry, Mr. McBride, I just want to, it's clarity seeking questions, really. These two affidavits, Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Kuba, what was the purpose for which they were prepared? Was it for, sorry, there's just a lot of moving parts. So I know there was a defeating the ends of justice case. I know that there was a Zondo commission. So if you could just locate those two affidavits, and then I don't know if SC is still coming to this, but I also want to know what was then done by who after the affidavits were deposed. So what was the purpose of them? Thank you so much.
So my understanding, and I stand to correction, just it's like 8 years ago. So it would have been to investigate a case of defeating ends of justice. That would be the competent or interfering with witnesses, intimidation. That's what I would imagine to be. But later on, it also became available in the Zondo Commission.
Sorry, what happened to the case of defeating the ends of justice?
I don't know. In 2019, I left and I wasn't sure what happened. Mandla was killed in 2020 early. So I think perhaps with him being murdered, it lost traction and momentum. And I'm sure it had an impact on the rest of the investigators in terms of fear.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a final one. This defeating the ends of justice case, is it linked to the cases that General Patlane is still to appear before court on? Was it the same matter?
Yeah, it's quite a range of matters. And the way I understand it from Mandla, it was just that Mandla must walk away. These guys are dangerous. So there's quite a range of cases against Patlane. Some haven't reached court yet. And some it's only becoming obvious what's going on. But there are two cases, the case numbers we have here, and one is in October and one is in November. One runs a whole month, but they're set down for trial. So just, Patlane was arrested for one of them in 2019, just after I left. And I heard a statement, and I'm not here to talk about him. He's got cases to answer for. But he makes a statement, bring it on. But for the last 7 years, he's tried every trick in the book not to go to trial. So, like, bring it on and then duck and dive don't make sense. They're not together.
Pangazita, I can see you are triggered.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just a small question. I just want to understand whether Mahlangu's murder was actually being investigated. If so, how far is that investigation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwango. So it was investigated. People were arrested. People said they were approached by a policeman at a taxi rank. They were given money. They were given details. And they killed a person, and that is Mandla, and I think they were sentenced to prison already. Yeah? So there was suspects, but it still doesn't make too much sense to me.
Well, thank you, Chair. In fact, I was hoping that I would hear some traces of General Mkhwanazi's name in the group of people who actually had been arrested on this case. Thank you.
So you confirm that the people who killed Mahlangu have been arrested?
Yeah, from media reports, yes. And they were convicted.
Welcome. Can we proceed, honorable members, or do we still have further questions for clarity? I see all of you are in agreement that we must proceed. Yeah. Senior Counsel, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to round up on the allegations about General Mkhwanazi, you also mentioned on page 8, paragraph 27, that the only time, so this is, or maybe explain to us, is this pure hearsay, or do you know a bit more about this allegation? It's in the second last sentence on page 8. The only other time I got to hear about Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's name is when IPID was investigating what we called I-View 3, allegation of corruption in the procurement of bulletproof vests. I think that case involves General Paslani.
It involves General Patlani. It involves a service provider called Ibenathan Kistia, who comes up a lot in IPID issues for corruption. He's a co-accused of Patlani in the I-View case on another matter. So it's not the bulletproof matter that's come to court here. It's a different matter. I think it's a matter where supposed technology was delivered and paid for, but it was not delivered ultimately. So Ibenathan Kistia forms part of a complaint which I sent to Inspector General of Intelligence, which was covered in the Zondo Commission when Dr. Dintwe was testifying. So, and which former Minister Bekitele used as one of the issues not to extend my contract. So there were two issues. Was Cedric's matter, which I will deal with just now, and also creating a story that I'm not to be trusted, which was a false story. And I even spoke to the then Minister of Intelligence, Minister Letsachiduwa, and she confirmed. And but a different version of it. But I have a copy of the report. It should be in the bundle of the complaint that I lodged about Kistia's role in which he played.
Yeah, the name is definitely on in the criminal case and in the dockets. Lastly, as a matter of interest, do you know or do you have anything to do with Mkhwanazi, Matlala, Bran Mkhwanazi? You know them? Have you had any
No, I've only heard of them in his inquiries. I don't know them, never seen them in my entire life. Don't know them.
You didn't see Bran Mkhwanazi at January 8th?
No, no.
And you've subsequently seen the letter from Minister Mkhunu of 31 December 2024, directing that the PKTT be disbanded immediately?
No, I didn't see the letter. I heard about it in the media, but I didn't see a letter yet. I'm not involved in the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ms. Mkhize, to continue with the questioning in relation to Mr. Nkabinde and General Paslani. Thank you.
Can I give you a 10 minutes break? I hope it doesn't take you off phone. Okay. 10 minutes break, honorable members. Mr. Robert John McBride, our witness today on the 20th of January 2026, are you ready that we proceed? Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize.
Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo, when your fellow members come back, just whisper to them and tell them that in these chambers there is a customary practice that when a person makes a maiden speech, it's not being disrupted. So Advocate Mkhize is making a maiden presentation of evidence. She's the one that is now leading Mr. McBride in the presentation of evidence. And this is a maiden occurrence since she joined us. And when she finishes, I want us to applaud her the way we have applauded others. And she can only do that with our cooperation. She needs 2 hours to do that. I'm giving you, Mr. McBride and Advocate Mkhize, until 5:30 to conclude the proceedings. It is in your hands.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Hi, ma'am.
Mr. McBride, if we can just turn to page 20 of your statement.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay. The topic that we are going to be dealing with now, in leading your evidence, relates to the Pahlane task team. And where I would like us to pick up the evidence is at the point at which you had now returned back to IPED following your suspension, which was set aside by the Constitutional Court as unlawful. And this would be around November 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So if you can just take us through why this team was called the Pahlane Task Team, and what was the purpose of this team?
So at the time when I returned back to the office, 2 of my main investigators had been dismissed. That is Matthew Sissoko and Innocent Kuba. And we then had to scrape up what we had to get investigations going. So when I came back, we had to deal with a number of complaints. And one of the complaints was about the Pahlane matter. And I had asked Mandla Matlango to deal with the case. And later on, Temani Binang and Mancha Rapeso also joined.
Okay.
And then later on, Mandla approached me and said that, look, Cedric Nkabinde is up here. This is the guy. He works very well. He's up on an investigator's course. Can you consider putting him to help us? We're short of manpower. And and it colloquially became Patlani Task Team. That's how it was.
Was that, Mr. McBride, was that the practice perhaps within IPID? Why this one? Why was this one specifically called task team? How were the other investigations classified? How did you
So this
name
was
them?
yes, ma'am. It was a systemic corruption, number one. It from outside looked like a systemic corruption, number one. Number two, it covered at least 2 provinces, which is Gauteng and Eastern Cape at that stage, and it was also involved both national and provinces. But it's just in the same way like we had Marikana Task Team. And that's before I arrived. So you had Khamanyani was heading Marikana Task Team. It's before I arrived, and he headed it, and it was called Marikana Task Team, and they were dealing with the tragic Marikana incident.
Okay.
So that's how this got the name. I would imagine there were others also. So inevitably, the name change sometimes comes iView Task Team, and someone else leads it, and so on. So it wasn't a hard and fast rule. It was not part of the structure. I suppose in some ways it's not unlike PKTT. You can establish it, you can disband it. The difference is it was made internally by us. There were no ministers involved in it, no higher powers that were involved in approving the PKTT. So part of the complaint was...
Mr. McBride, sorry, before you go to the complaint,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned that Cedric Nkabinde had come up on secondment. Where had he come up from?
He had come up from KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, that's right.
So he was part of IPID KwaZulu-Natal?
That's correct, ma'am.
As in what position?
He was an investigator, but he wasn't in a senior position yet.
He wasn't.
A principal investigator, I think that's what they called it. Yeah.
Okay, so you also mentioned, if I can just take you to page 73 of your statement.
Yes, I have it, ma'am.
Yes, you deal with it there. Perhaps you can read that into the record.
Mahlangu indicated to me, that's Mandla Mahlangu, that Cedric Nkabinde, whom he knows and is good at investigations, had been seconded on an investigator's training course in Gauteng from KwaZulu-Natal. Nkabinde joined the team investigating the complaints against Patlani. The task team was colloquially referred to as the Patlani task team by members of that team.
Okay, if you can just perhaps, for the purposes of the committee, is it standard practice within IPID that members would be seconded from various provinces? Or, I mean, how does this, is it an official thing, or do you just call your mate and say, you can join our team? How does it actually work?
No. Ma'am, it's when there's a need that arises for more members, but the national office cannot deal with it, and it crosses over more than one province. So complaints on Patlani came from, at various stages, from Eastern Cape, and came from Gauteng, and of course, there were national complaints also. There were not enough resources. I mean, I think later on we established a unit that was part of the formal structure called National Special Investigator Task Team, NSIT, that was called, became part of the structure. After I'd left, it was disbanded, apparently.
Okay.
I didn't go and do a media conference.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. And what were you actually investigating in respect of General Patlani?
Okay. Ma'am, there were two main issues. The first one was a purchase of defective investigative equipment. So instead of specialized brushes to dust the fingerprints. It was like paintbrushes. The paintbrushes actually wipe off the fingerprint. So and also the chemical, something was wrong with the chemical. So there are a number of issues. A lot of that is contained in, I think, in the exhibits, I'm not sure. But, and then also that at the forensics lab where Patlani was, and this is, the complaints are emanating, I think, from even before I arrived at IPID. So it involved exhibits going missing, like rhino horn, narcotics, illegal narcotics, going missing, and instead of, and some of those narcotics, according to the allegations, found their way onto the streets. And when they were on the streets, it was marked destroyed. That was more or less the complaint. So so the complaint involved first I think it's a Colonel Munsami, I'm not sure of the surname, and then pop crew members, and also Paul O'Sullivan had laid a complaint.
Okay. If you can perhaps then go to page, paragraph 74 of your statement.
Okay, I have it, ma'am.
Okay, are those the allegations that you are referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You mentioned that there were narcotics and rhino horns that were on the street. What did that have to do with General Patlani?
Oh, he was the head of the forensics laboratory, which confirms something is what is alleged. If it's to make sure it's not baby powder and it indeed is cocaine or heroin, then the job of the lab is to double check that and confirm that indeed it is. But what happened that or large amounts on a number of occasions of the consignment that was confiscated lands up at forensic lab instead of a sample, and that would go missing. This is the report that was given to us, the allegation.
Oh, okay, in respect of the labs, because you were the
Yes.
head of forensics.
Yep.
And there's another complaint that I see at 74.1.
Yes, yes. So 74.1 relates to Patlani's house, that the house is valued on the market at 8 million and it could not have been afforded by Patlani. But also that there was initial reports that Patlani had received money from a company called Criminalistics, and also investigating vehicles in Patlani's possession, which according to him were either purchased, owned by him, or sponsored for the use. These had not been declared in the gift register. And secondly, is one aspect perhaps I picked up in one of the comments during his testimony is that, oh no, he's just buying and selling cars. But the key issue with that is from memory, is the amounts to acquire the car and ludicrous amounts to dispose of the car. So gratification, in our view, is now linked to the cars that are donated or bought, in inverted commas, and how they're disposed of. So that is the allegation. That case hasn't come to court yet. I think they are still busy with it, but I don't know the full details of it.
So, Mr. McBride, when General Patlani came before this commission last week on
Yep.
Wednesday, he informed this commission, this committee, that he was trading in cars. So what in essence was happening is that he would purchase one car, and when he trades it in for another, it would remain in the register as though he still owns the car that has now been traded in. Are you saying that that is inaccurate? the evidence that he gave this committee?
My understanding, where the loophole is in that version of events is the amounts used for vehicles on the reselling. So vehicles are sold at more than their market value and more than their resale value. Sometimes exorbitant amounts above it. So that's what we looked at, yeah.
Okay, but that you said is still an ongoing investigation.
Indeed, yes.
So we'll park that for now.
Thank
If we can then just turn to RJM 13, Annexure 13, which is at page 599.
1 second, ma'am. I have it, ma'am.
Okay. Could you read in paragraph 75 of your statement? You say that Kabinde took the lead on these investigations, and you attach RJM 13.
Indeed, ma'am.
What is that document in front of you there at 599?
So the document at 599 is Cedric Nkabinde opening up the case against Khomotso Patlane, and he is there as the investigating officer. And he activates the criminal investigation. And later on 601, I think it is, he also makes a complaint with the affidavit.
Okay, before we get to the affidavit,
Yes.
if you look at page 599 at the bottom of the page, on the right, left-hand side is a date.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that into the record?
2011, 2017.
So this was in 2017, on the 20th of November.
Yes, ma'am.
And at Brooklyn Station, which is at the top left-hand corner, is where this complaint was laid by Cedric as the investigator, as you have mentioned.
Yes, he's the,
So if you could then turn to page 601, which forms part of the same annexure.
yes, I have it, ma'am.
What is that document?
Well, that document is Cedric making an affidavit in support of his assertion that there's a criminal case to be investigated.
Okay.
So he's supporting the opening of the case, and this is in effect his A1 statement.
Okay. At the top of the state of that document is writing in manuscript. What is that? What should we make of that?
So that's Brooklyn case number, according to this, 565-11-2017. So the case is open in Brooklyn, and it's a 565th case of November 2017.
Okay. So in this document, Cedric signed this affidavit. It is commissioned at page 603. And he starts out this affidavit by stating his full names, his personal number, and his phone number at paragraph 1. At paragraph 2 of the document, he states the purpose of the charge, the purpose of the complaint, rather.
Yes, ma'am.
And it reads, on 2017, on the 12th of October 2017, an alleged fraud and corruption was reported by the source that the former acting national commissioner, Lieutenant General Patlane, initiated a procurement of software of media monitoring and a secure encrypted mobile communication system to prevent mobile cell phones to be intercepted, which was not part of the motivation, which worth the total of 54,229,000 change. Could you speak to that? What was that referring to, and why did Cedric Nkabinde, as the lead investigator, file this complaint against Lieutenant General Pahlane?
From memory, this equipment was supposed to be, I think it's called Daedalus, the name of the software of the program. And it was supposed to have been delivered and money was paid for it, but it never arrived. And the supplier of that, I think, is the same Ibanatan Kistia. So in other words, it was not a purchase because nothing was delivered, but money was paid. That's the issue. So it was a fraud and corruption. Yeah.
And what was the explanation given for that?
That
SAPS has paid, was this at the time when Lieutenant General Pahlane was the acting commissioner? What was his position at the time?
Yes, that was his position. I'm trying to see here, 12, from corruption is reported. Yeah, so it refers to a time when General Pahlane was acting national commissioner, and this stuff was ordered by crime intelligence.
My understanding of how procurement works within government is that you use supply chain. So this would have gone through supply chain, and you make the allegation that he bought this equipment for over 54 million, but in fact it was never delivered.
That's correct, ma'am.
And there was no accountability for
No
that.
accountability for that.
Okay, and then we move on. And what has happened to that investigation?
I'm not sure if it's the same one, depending on case number. It would be the one that is perhaps before court now in November. If you allow me for a second, I can double check for you the case number.
Yes, you may.
Just bear with me, please, ma'am. Second. Yes, ma'am, indeed, it's the same one. It's 3rd to 4th of 3rd of November to 4th of December. That's when it'll go on trial.
Does that form part of our bundle? Is that in the exhibit file?
My understanding is yes.
Just for the record, I think it is annexure 20, RJM 20, and it's part of the exhibit bundle, but we will not go to it now. Then you moved on to investigate the second matter, which was another complaint regarding General Pahlane. So if you can go to paragraph 77 of your statement.
1 second. Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay. From your statement, you say that in January 2017, a search warrant was executed at General Pahlane's home. Could you take the committee through that complaint?
So information was obtained and statements from a service provider that they had installed a surround sound theater and hi-fi or some electronic equipment, and they had installed it as a service provider in the general's house. And later on, we found out some time afterwards, the general seemingly paid the company back. Now that doesn't take away the crime, because it's like you've taken money out the till, then you put the money back. It doesn't take away the first offense. And so Patani filed an application to challenge the search and seizure warrant. So who was there was the service provider themselves pointing out what they installed in the house to confirm it. And when we filed our answering affidavit in justification of the search warrant, Patlani didn't move further with the case of objection to the search warrant, of getting set aside. Only later on, after Nkabinde wrote to Minister Kele, did Patlani file a supplementary affidavit, which was supported by Nkabinde's affidavit. That's a year later from where Nkabinde opens the same case himself. So it's a year later in which he's joined the other side. And I must add, probably for a brigadier's post. In fact, if I carry on further, without going through each and every one of these, he was given a post in the National Commissioner's office at some stage. And it came to the notice of the public and they objected. And then the then General Sitole then could not allow it to happen because I think they did some due diligence or something, perhaps late. But they then found out indeed the guy is not a trustworthy guy. And then he was not allowed to take up his appointment.
Thank you. Mr. McBride, I don't mean to interrupt your train of thought, but you said it was a search warrant at his house because of a music system, a hi-fi kind of. What was the purpose of going to his house?
Because it was installed inside his house by the service provider, by a service provider who had paid for it. And the service provider so a related contractor who had paid for the system installed it. So it needed to be identified who installed it, where is it, and what is it. That's why the guy had to accompany the investigators.
So it was for the purposes of identifying that in fact the sound system is the one that was installed, that was paid for by the service provider.
Yes, yes.
And that is at paragraph 77 of your evidence. Now, to that end, Mr. Patlane then has a problem with the fact that you've come to his house. What was the step thereafter?
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat that, please?
If you go to your paragraph 78.
I have it.
Just for the sake of completion of this part, because you make, in your evidence, you state that he had received this money from service providers.
Yes.
But we don't know that he had, how do you know that he had received this money from service providers? Besides the fact that you've now got a search warrant.
Yes.
And you are able to identify.
Yes, yes.
The music system. But how does it come to you as IPED, not you personally, but you as IPED, that it's service providers that are in fact paying for?
Yes, so there were whistleblowers, including the service providers, and including the estate manager. Once the estate manager appears to support Patlani on a number of issues, he's actually leaking information to O'Sullivan in any case. So That's how O'Sullivan knew so much about what's happening. Yeah.
Okay. So at paragraph 78, you say that Phahlane denied that he had received kickbacks from SAPS suppliers. Another search and seizure operation was conducted at the premises of FDA. This initiated litigation. Before I continue, who is FDA or what is FDA?
FDA is a company owned by Keith Keating, which supplies software systems, crime registration system, forensic data analyst. That's what FDA stands for.
And what was his connection to Mr. Phahlane?
Well, according to initial statements, there was gratification between the service provider and General Phahlane. Yeah.
Okay. And this ended up in court. It says that this initiated legal litigation proceedings by Keith Keating of FDA to challenge the warrant.
Yes.
At annexure RJM 15, which can be found at page 620.
320.
Yes.
Okay, 1 second, ma'am.
620.
Have it now.
613.
6.
613.
Second. Almost there. So it's a judgment in the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, in which the FDA and Keith Keating, the owner, challenged the magistrate's decision, challenged the Minister of Safety and Security. That's a term he uses. And one of the Hawks officers who was assisting IPID in the investigation because of shortage of manpower, sorry to use that term, Sissoko had approached Libya to provide assistance. So it was a joint operation between IPID and the DPCI. So that was it. So that's why they and a Colonel J. deployed. So that's what happened. Yeah.
Okay.
So the judgment basically in effect says that if there are minor technical difficulties or discrepancies in the execution of a search warrant, it's not of a substantial nature, the search warrant is then permitted and is not set aside. So a lot of documents of on the different transactions relating to different purchase of goods and the hiring of FDA and FDA actually is like the sole supplier of SAPS. So SAPS is held hostage by FDA. So SAPS had to pay FDA now the other day like X amount of million because they would held payment at some stage.
What does FDA supply to SAPS? If you say that they're the sole supplier to SAPS and they get paid in the millions, what is it that they actually supply to SAPS that other service providers cannot supply?
It's software to deal with the evidence and exhibits or related to criminal evidence, yeah.
A software?
Software related to the storage, classification of evidence. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I think also they're part of the crime scene investigation also. I think there's one case where there was like ultraviolet lights or something, that something was not right about it, yeah.
Yeah. So in essence, in this judgment, Mr. Keating, together with other applicants in the matter, were challenging the search and seizure operation at their various entities.
Yes.
And at page 247 of the bundle is the order by Colopin J. What was the outcome of that matter?
Well, the outcome is that, let me just find it again, 6:2. So the outcome, in effect, was that the search warrant was executed in accordance with the law, and the evidence will be admissible in court.
Okay. If we go to page 26619 of the same judgment,
I have
just
it
to
here.
place this matter in context. Judge Colopin discusses that this warrant was issued on the basis of an affidavit deposed to by the third respondent, Colonel Kobus Rulefse,
Yes, sir.
who describes himself as a colonel in the SAPS stationed at Directorate Priority Crime Investigations. While the matter of whether the document that I have referred to constitutes an affidavit or not has been placed in dispute for now. Colonel Rulefse states that the warrant is required in an execution as its execution is likely to give material and relevant information relating to the alleged offenses of fraud and or theft and or corruption and or racketeering and or money laundering. He then makes reference to an investigation involving the former acting national commissioner, Lieutenant General Johannes Khumutso Phahlane, on the one hand, and John Diale and Jolanta, a name I cannot pronounce at the moment, in what is described as an alleged, I'm told it's Komodolowitz. I'm going to take that, but I don't have any Polish relations. So in what is described as an alleged corrupt relationship, alleging the receipt of cash that Lieutenant Phahlane would have received from Crime Tech to fund the financing of his private dwelling. Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that part of the things that you were investigating under the Phahlane task team was his home that was worth 8 million rand.
Yes.
Could this be relating to the same dwelling when they say dwelling, because it has not defined which dwelling that is?
Yes.
So at paragraph 74.1 of your statement.
1 second, ma'am. I have it here.
You may read it into the record.
The case to be investigated by this task team was in relation to the construction of General Phahlane's 8 million rand house at Sable Hills Estate, allegedly paid by funds received from SAPS service providers.
And this case has to do with, you've told this committee that it is Keith Keating who brought this matter before Judge Colopin.
Yes.
In the Pretoria court. And you've also led evidence to the fact that Keith Keating owns a company called FDA.
That's right.
And he's also the sole supplier at SAPS for technology and being at the crime scene first and so forth. So could this Keith Keating and this paragraph 12 be speaking to what you are saying at 74.1?
If we go back and remember.
Particularly the last two lines of financing General Pahlane's private dwelling.
Then it's reference to the Sable Hill dwelling, yeah, Sable Hills dwelling, yes.
And this would not have been the first complaint regarding General Pahlane's home. There were other complaints that came before you. Were there any other complaints that came before you at IPID regarding General Pahlane's home?
I'm not sure off the top of my head which complaints came in, but the main complaint came in from. So on Pahlane was first there was a Munsami, there was Pop Crew, and then there was Paul O'Sullivan, who had laid a charge whilst I was in suspension. And when I had returned, wanted to know where the case is. And he had taken the time to look at, from his background, and he attaches an affidavit to the complaint. The rate at which the building goes up, mention is made to there was a bond, but the bond was never drawn on. And the bond was for something like 600,000 or something, and could not really build 8 million rand house.
Okay. You've mentioned that there was a complaint by Paul O'Sullivan as well as Pop Crew relating the same property in question.
Not specifically the property,
Yes.
I can't remember specifically.
Okay. If I can just take you to paragraph 69 of your statement.
Okay. 69. O'Sullivan had already started looking at the rate of speed at which Pathlane's Sable Hills house had been built on from a Google application, as well as a cost breakdown. O'Sullivan also had evidence to support suspicions that Pathlane was receiving kickbacks from sub-suppliers. An example was a man named Keith Keating, a sub-supplier who owns a company called FDA. I will now demonstrate what the investigators revealed about Pathlane's conduct with respect to sub-suppliers.
And then if I can take you, if I can then ask you to turn a page back at page 65. Sorry, paragraph 65, page 18.
Yes, I have it, ma'am.
You can take us through your evidence.
On or about October 2016, after my return to work, I met with representatives of Pop Crew, and they made a similar complaint as that made by O'Sullivan. The complaint included aspects of malfeasance at the SAP's forensic lab, stores, including but not limited to exhibits going missing, such as suspected illegal narcotics and rhino horn. Normal procedure would be to report this to the head of national investigations, who was Sissoko. However, they both had been dismissed at the time. I suppose that is Sissoko and Kuba. Attached issue is a copy of the Pop Crew complaint marked as Annexure RJM 11.
So if RJM 11 is at page 594, if you can turn there.
1 second, ma'am. It's Colonel Munsami.
What is that document? If you can just perhaps define.
It's a complaint forwarded to the National Commissioner by Colonel Munsami, complaining about irregularities within the Division Forensic Evidence. In terms of date, there's just a fax on there of, I don't know where it goes to, it's 08/2014. I don't see his date on his signature.
Okay. It says that at page 596, it reads Commander Local Criminal Record Center, East London.
Yes.
Why has this document come from East London?
Off the top of my head, I think they experienced problems there also from East London to the National Forensic Lab.
Okay. And then if you could turn to the page, to Annex to RJM 10, which is at page 542.
One second, ma'am. Have it for you.
Chair. I've had my hand up for a while.
Yeah, I have said that the advocate is leading evidence for the first time. I'm only going to take questions thereafter.
So you're saying that we're not doing questions of clarity anymore?
We will take them thereafter.
Okay.
Yes. 542. Are you at 542? Yeah, 542?
Yes,
542.
I have it.
Okay, what is that document?
It's a sworn statement by Paul O'Sullivan. He gives the ID number and explains what it's about. And it gives a long explanation about its issues. This is, it is commissioned on 25th of February 2016. I'm still on suspension then. I'm not sure where he commissions it. I'm trying to find a
What was
Santin.
what was the statement prepared for?
For the complaint to Mkhwanazi.
To Khamanyani.
Yes.
At page 546, it is dated and commissioned, and this is on the 25th of February, 2016.
That's correct,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? Okay. It is fairly small, the writing.
Yes, yes.
Okay. At paragraph 3, in fact, we can start at paragraph 1 of this complaint.
Yes, yes.
Just to put it into context, it says, I'm an adult male forensic consultant and confirm that the information set out on SAP 3MA is true and correct. The purpose of the sworn statement is to open a criminal docket in respect of offenses and corruption, money laundering, and racketeering. My allegation is that the conduct of one General Johannes Pahlane smacks of corruption and cronyism, and only a proper in-depth investigation will reveal the truth. I therefore hereby, and then he sets out his complaint in detail. Yeah. He then comes to you. If you can just tell us firstly, put this document into context, this complaint, and what happened to this investigation once he had complained.
So this investigation was made to Mkhwanazi whilst I was still on suspension. And what I understand happened is Mkhwanazi informed Pahlane there's an investigation against him. And seemingly also, I found out more recently, Khomo, the infiltrator from crime intelligence, was given a task of investigating this case. So in my absence, Khomo is inserted into IPID, and Khomo is now given a task of investigating Pahlane matter, and it links up to a case with identical case number, 2 cases which cancel each other out. This is only found out when I come back. But indeed,
Before you, Chairperson, before you continue, Mr. McBride, you just went through that very quickly. What do you mean 2 cases cancel each other out? So what I've understood at the moment is that there's a complaint against General Pahlane.
yes, yes.
Yes, if you can just then take us through that step by step so that we can understand what you are
So on this
explaining.
specific occasion, I'm not sure, but there was a series of early closures or special closures. That's how it was called in IPID. I think that has been revised since this incident, which means people can close cases before the investigation is finalized because they don't fit in a mandate or the one is a duplicate of the other. And then ordinarily you'll have one continuing while the other one is removed. But in this instance, you find both were getting removed and closed in special closure.
How was that happening?
Two duplicate cases. And it was also to push statistics. So,
Is it I'm sorry to just interject.
okay, ma'am.
Is it common practice that in instances where you have a duplicate case, you surely would close one case of the duplicate and leave one open? So how did this actually happen, that both cases would end up being closed?
Well, it will be different people opening the two cases. And then the one saying, but this is exactly like the other. So it's we have case control number, CCNs, which is like the CAS dockets. When we take the information to SAPS, because that's how the system is set up, we then open a CAS number. So on this one, it appears that from an analysis, so someone complained also that there's special closures are going haywire. All of this in my absence. And it was then at the end of that year or the previous year, I think even IPID got praised for completing so many cases. I think by the portfolio committee also. But yet all of them were special closures or some dodgy business of bringing it to an end. So it was made to look smart. I think Kamanyani even got a bonus here. Yes, I think he got a bonus for that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for taking us through that. So then Mr. O'Sullivan complains. Mr. O'Sullivan appears quite a bit within IPID, and he also features quite a lot in your affidavit.
Yes, yes.
What was his relationship to you, and what is his role, is he an IPID member? Is he a policeman?
No, he's not an IPID member, ma'am. He's a person with resources who has information. And at some stage, he had been involved, unfortunately, much to my disliking at that stage, in the Jackie Celebi case, because Jackie Celebi was like a bigger brother comrade in ANC, and then O'Sullivan takes credit for taking him down. So when I was appointed in IPID, he made a statement that, yes, IPID had made a statement that he has no case against Jackie Celebi, and that has not been corrected, and he's going to keep a hawk's eye on us. So I consulted people that in the investigative fraternity. I said, what must I do with this guy? Should I tell him, to go and get intimate with himself and leave me alone? And the people I consulted said, no, this guy is reaching a hand out to you. Go to him, hear what he has. He often has good information. So I met him then. That is before my suspension, when I just was appointed. And a good example, what happens is, I tell you, well, I first checked with ICD. I find out ICD made a statement which was a rough statement against him, very rough. I can't remember what it was, but I then, so IPID is now the derivative of ICD. So when I speak to O'Sullivan about this matter, I tell him, look, seemingly you are proven right. And perhaps my people, although I inherit this, were wrong. So sorry about that. He goes to the newspaper, excuse my laughter, and he tells the newspaper, McBride apologized. So the headline is a headline, says, McBride of IPID apologizes. So I thought, no skin off my back. The guy is eccentric, a little bit strange, but he does have information. So when I was suspended, he laid this complaint, now at Mkhwanazi. When I returned, he then came to ask, keeping up his promise of watching us like hawks. His promise, where is his case? And I think he was also the person who brought the pop crew to us. So Bunsame had complained to him, Popro had complained to him. He is the go-to person of disgruntled SAPS members who are whistleblowers who see wrongdoing going on. They go to O'Sullivan. That's what happens. So he sits with a lot of information. Even at times when I thought he was wrong, there was an occasion when he was in a public spat with the Crime Intelligence General, who I know to be solid and who does good work. And the general asked, can you speak to this guy? I don't like what you say. And then I put them together, they must have a go at each other. Because I don't like stories, carrying stories. One of the biggest sins we make in this country, we make in even political parties, and which I've seen made here in this parliament by Begitele, is running, carrying stories, not listening to the other side. So I put them together and say, talk it up. Come, tell us what it is. Then they were having a go to each other. Allegations were made, counter allegations. In the end, O'Sullivan was satisfied. But the guy hadn't told the truth. There was something he left out which was true before, but was not true at that time. And in any event, O'Sullivan proved to be correct, even when I thought he was wrong on a piece of information. Yeah, so he's got that reputation of being solid, of receiving a lot of information. And so he also tends to brag. For example, there is a case, this one that Patlani is on, that's going to court in October. He basically said on TV somewhere that he gave the information for the case. That's not true. That case was done by Temani Binang, mostly on his own. Mostly on his own. So Paul is like that. He has good information, but sometimes he wants to be the center of the story. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is going to appear before this committee and he can tell us where he got the information from. For now, I'd like to take you back to your statement.
Yes.
You returned back to your position once your suspension was lifted. And you get back to the office and find out that there was a complaint laid with Mkhwanazi, but nothing was in fact done. If I can take you to page 598 of the bundle.
Yes, I have it.
What is that document?
That's a document by Mkhwanazi writing to Patlani, against whom the complaint is laid. I can read it out. Kindly be informed that we have received a complaint from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan regarding allegations of tender irregularities and irregular appointments. The IPD in Gauteng have been tasked to grammar's problem, investigation regarding the above case, to conduct investigations. You are requested to arrange a suitable date for IPD to meet with you. And then Patlani writes to, I think it's his PA, Helen, yes, schedule accordingly. So Patlani is informed by Mkhwanazi that O'Sullivan laid the case. At that stage, Homo gets the case, but nothing happens. There are no threats against anybody. Nothing happens. So O'Sullivan's already made his complaint. I am on suspension. No threats against anyone. When I come back, I put Mandla Mahlangu in charge of the case. Suddenly, when the task team is set up, threats start coming. And by 2017, early, he tells me that General Mkhwanazi came to him and told him he must just leave this case alone. Guys are too dangerous. And I said to him, what you want to do? You know, you've got a family and stuff. Why didn't you let me know so I know? And then I can refer to DPCI or something. And he said, no, Chief, I want to go on with it. I don't think it's fair that they put pressure on me. So that's how we left it. And things really took off when Sissoko and Kuba came back, and then there was more direct supervision. Because I, as the head of the organization, have to do loads of other issues, compliance, ages report, and all of that, together with my team. So I don't have time to check every investigation. But for special systemic corruption investigations, which we often report to Parliament, that was the way we worked. We would report stuff to Parliament. Sometimes they'll ask, how far has it gone? So there was a time frame about progress. That resulted in new momentum into corruption cases and real traction. So we're making headway in these issues. And for the first time, really, whether it's ICD or IPID, is now making inroads into real corruption, not 200 rand on the side of the road, we're talking millions. And in the same period, we also started looking at crime intelligence stuff and start finding irregularities there, corruption. And those, already this Nemutanzela that Kuba speaks about is already fired. They've got a criminal case he's waiting for also.
And that was as a result of the investigation that you
Yeah,
conducted?
IPID investigations and whistleblowers. So the public was with us on this matter. We only got a hard time, Chief Whip. When we came to Parliament, I can't remember who the Chief Whip was then, but you could not touch Patlani on anything. Patlani was the man. Couldn't touch him. There was one member of opposition threatened to assault me and told me to watch out. Okay, he's now a member of the GNU, so what can I say?
Well, Mr. McBride, through you, Chair, just to wrap up on O'Sullivan, when General Patlani appeared here last Wednesday, he informed this committee that O'Sullivan, together with Sarah Jane Trent and IPID official members, attended to his home, his private home.
Yes.
Do you have any comments to say about that?
Yes, I inquired about it because he sent me a message. You know, people visited my home and he sent it to me and the card I think is Matsango's card. And I think I didn't respond to him, but I asked the guys what had happened. And they said, no, O'Sullivan was pointing out a crime scene. This is how they said it to me. And that their car was a bakkie that only had space for two. So they needed to go into a car with 4 seats, which was O'Sullivan's car. And that's how four of them went together to the house. When I asked why was O'Sullivan allowed to take the lead in some instances as reported, the answer I got back is no, they were doing the white man thing. Okay, what's a white man thing? White man thing is we as black people get ignored, we don't get access to the place. People look at us condescendingly. So let's use a white man, push a white man in front. And that's how they got access. And also Paul had that Joster apparently was Paul's informer also, the estate manager. So that's what happened. The guys, so it's like Kuba going to meet in Nematanzela. He goes to meet Nematanzela, but I thought he should have told us beforehand. And we could, you know, he didn't know he landed up on Mkhwanazi. But At the time, so Mkhwanazi's people told our investigator, hey, your chief task team investigator is here. So what you worried about working hard? McBride's contract's finishing soon. So that's how it came to me. So I didn't say, no, that's a wrong move, or that's a wrong move. I said, no, Kuba must play it how he wants to play it so he gets the information. He's the guy on the ground. I'm not there. He must play it how he played it. And that's what I am. I don't micromanage, and I don't second guess my people I work with. It's one good thing about me. I'm not a specialist in anything. I take specialists, pull them together and make them work for a good cause. Like iPad under my tenure.
So what came of that matter? He complained. Did he formally complain?
Which is Patlani.
Patlani.
He complained, came to Parliament. So to show you Parliament, Chair and Chief Whip, Parliament was a place where you get crucified. So I understand when honorable members maybe are unhappy if I'm smiling too much. So what happened is, for the first time in the history of South Africa, with Patlani's complaint and the support he had, the investigators have to answer to the suspects in the official parliamentary portfolio committee on police. Never happened before. Suspect is a suspect. Now we must answer to our suspect and give explanations. All of this is craziness. Should not have been done. And we had to go through that. When we went to Scopa, we had to go to Scopa and then make a presentation on his matters. I think at that stage it was, Patlani was on suspension. It was Sithole. Sithole is refusing to give information about one other issue. And I think on one occasion it was about FTA also. While we're sitting in the Scopa, there is Keating sitting in the corner there listening to the whole testimony. So what happened? It means one of the policemen told him, come there, we're going to be talking about you today. So he was sitting right there listening to him. So they're always one step ahead. And we were getting lambasted all the time. We had no help from Parliament to compel SAPS to comply with our requests, which by law they have to.
Are these meetings closed meetings? Can the public not enter to be part of the meeting? Are you suggesting that he snuck into a meeting that was not a public meeting?
No, ma'am, indeed it's a public meeting, there were journalists there. The point is, he's an implicated person, what's he doing there? Okay. Who told him to come and sit there and listen to our report about how far we've gone with the investigation? Okay. That's the issue.
If I can then just maybe to jog your memory, on your statement at page 22, paragraph 79.
1 second more.
Just to close out on Patlani, General Patlani's complaint.
Okay, I have it.
In your statement, you state that in November 2017, General Patlani lodged a security breach complaint under case number that the complaint was regarding Paul O'Sullivan, who accompanied members from IPID to his Sable Hills estate.
Yes, yes.
Page 22, paragraph 79.
I have it, ma'am.
Yes. The complaint was regarding Paul O'Sullivan, who accompanied members from IPID to Sable Hills estate during investigations into General Patlani. So he did lay a formal complaint with the police, because I see that there is a case number.
No, what he did is, this is concocted, by the way. This is a concocted breach. It's like a breach of his house, but it's not there. So crime intelligence was now part of contriving that is security breach. In the meantime, when security breach is made, there's at least 3, we have 2 affidavits here. There is another one, I sent it to evidence leader, is, I think it's Kruger.
Yes, if you just continue in your statement,
okay,
you are now at page 80. Sorry, at paragraph 80. Still on the same page.
Crime
22.
Intelligence had earlier, on the 2nd of November 2017, done an investigation of the alleged security breach under CAS 534/05/2017 found that there was in fact no such security breach. The officer who did the investigation made statements to that effect. So we have Coetzee and we have Kruger, and there's another one, Henir, also which states the same thing as the other two, RJM 16, RJM 17. And in the rush, we omitted one of them. But most of these documents are all old documents. They've been written, and nothing has been made up in response to Patlani's allegations or Inkabinde. These statements were there from long ago and were ventilated in many forums, including Parliament.
Okay, if you can then turn to page 649 of the bundle.
Yes, ma'am, 1 second.
That is annexure RJM 16.
Ma'am, it's Janine Coetzee.
Yes. What document is before you?
It's a statement by the crime intelligence officer, Janine Coetzee, who is a captain in the police service station and crime intelligence head office. On Wednesday, the 30th of the 11th, I received instruction from Lieutenant Colonel Kruger to accompany him to a meeting at Brigadier Moyane's office. Brigadier Moyane asked us to attend to a security breach complaint that Acting National Commissioner Patlani is resident. The said address, we interviewed the security manager, Prik van der Walt and Chris Huster.
If you just read, so at paragraph 5, it reads, oh, before I go to that paragraph, page 650, it is dated the 2nd of November 2017. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So at paragraph 5, if I just can read it into the record, we was informed that on 9 November 2016, persons that introduced themselves as members of Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID, visited the complex regarding an investigation against General Patlani.
Yes.
I compiled a report, which I handed to Colonel Henny, and a computer copy of the of Lieutenant Colonel Kruger. The report was classified as secret. I never received the signed report back, and I was also never informed of the outcome of the report. We know that that happens in November 2017. If you turn to the next page at 651.
Yes, yes.
Can you read in the date at the bottom of the page?
Yes, it's 24th of the 11th, 2017.
Yes, and that statement, who is the author of that document?
Franz Hendrik Christian Kruger, state under oath. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in South African Police Services, stationed at Crime Intelligence Office, and gives his number. Additional to my previous statement dated 2nd of the 11th, regarding paragraph 5, I was informed that Paul O'Sullivan was with members of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate who visited Sable Hill complex regarding an investigation against General Patlani. I never recommended any further investigation into, and he puts in quotation marks, security brief tasking we received. I was informed by a source that SAPS members from Northwest Province visited Sable complex just after we left and before we even submitted the report, which means that the Northwest guys, Jan Mabula's team, arrives long before the outcome of a security breach report is done. And the cell phone analysis shows that Patlani phoned them straight away, and they headed straight up from Potchefstroom to Pretoria. Yes.
So what we know is that, from your evidence, is that the complaint by General Patlani regarding a security breach at his home by Paul O'Sullivan was in fact investigated. We have two statements to that effect by to members of the SAPS.
Yes, yes.
If you can then just continue with your evidence at paragraph 81 of your affidavit. It is at page 23.
Which one I have it, ma'am?
Okay.
So Lieutenant Colonel Franz Hendrik attended to the complaint on 2nd of November 2017 and confirmed that Paul O'Sullivan was with members of IPID visit Stable Hills. No recommendation regarding further investigation into security breaches made. SAPS members from Northwest Province visited Stable Hills complex after we had left before I could submit a report. That's just what it states. Acting Divisional Commissioner General Mkhwanazi, the Northwest Provincial Commissioner General Mkhwanazi, together with Mabula team, concocted a report that was used to authorize their travel arrangements for the purpose of investigating the purported breach. I pause to mention that this was an abuse of power by General Patlane as the acting national commissioner at the time. The Northwest team was created to counter-investigate against the IPID investigation team. This counter-investigation step was authorized under the guise of a security breach against the acting national commissioner. As a result of the concocted report on 10th of May 2017, a second charge of defeating the ends of justice was registered by Nkabinde as the complainant against General Patlane. Regarding Mabula team, case number 53405-217. Attached to it is a copy of the statement by Nkabinde in his mark, Annex RJM 18.
Turn to that annexure. It's at 652. You've said that Nkabinde was the complainant. Can we just make sure that that's the case?
He was the investigator and he was opening the case here. I'm an adult male of 37 years old, employed at Independent Police Investigative Directorate with personal number. I'm the complainant on behalf of the state in this case, defeating the ends of justice against acting national commission and others. I wish to state that during our approximate period between 9th of November to the 10th of May, our suspect in the corruption case was acting national commissioner, Lieutenant General Komotso Patlane, as per CNN number 215030085. He allegedly abuses powers by establishing a team from Northwest under false pretenses of a security breach, he spells it breach, to counter our investigation and to interfere with several witnesses. It is alleged that the suspects are operating from Pretoria, where they summon all our witnesses, approaching them to submit second statements which contradicts the initial statement submitted to IPID investigators. No one has a right to interfere with our witnesses to defeat the ends of justice. And it's signed by Cedric on 11th of the 5th, 2017, and commissioned by his colleague, Mancha Rafes.
Okay, and then on the next page is the actual.
Yes, the actual case being opened, yeah.
Okay. If you can then just maybe give this committee context as to what happened with the counter investigation and why did a team come from the Northwest, from your understanding because at the time you were the head of IPID and you were responsible for the senior investigators.
So the Northwest team, I know the Northwest team from when I was at Ekurhuleni. At that stage in 2006, they were involved in a number of allegations of, it's the same crew, because I know there was a situation where there was a cash in transit. Because we didn't have investigative powers at Metro Police, we rather resorted to first respondent approach. That means we respond quickly to an emergency. And during that period, whilst initially Ekurhuleni was the #1 at cash in transit occurrences and bank robberies, later on, it was almost down to zero. The crime was displaced to other areas because of the rapid response time. On one occasion, suspects were caught whilst changing cars after a robbery at, I remember the name, but it's in Boksburg. And anyway, we called in organized crime, which involved one of the people of Mabula team was Manamela. I think he was Superintendent Manamela then. And when he came, they loosened the cuffs of the suspect that was now caught and then took the suspect away because we handed over the scene. We never heard from it. There was automatic weapons in the car. There were keys for other cars. There were cell phones that were ringing, and we were begging him to please put your equipment on this thing. Let's find out where these cell phones have been phoned from so that we can respond quickly and then you can capture the guys. And we spent the rest of that Saturday afternoon trying to locate the people, and no one wanted to help us with technology. Eventually, I phoned Provincial Commissioner Naidu, and he told me to speak to his Deputy Director, Mapiani then. And I spoke to Mapiani. Mapiani says I must come to Germiston. When I came to Germiston, it was late in Saturday night already. The same Northwest team was there already. Later on, I found out about some of the allegations when I came to IPID. So from when IPID was in ICD, in that period, a lot of cases of assault, 2 of murder were reported. There was a big robbery at the airport where foreign currency, diamonds, and I think gold were taken as the loot, and someone was shot at Swiss Air. And out of that, some of the money was recovered, but from the money recovered and was put supposedly in Benoni, in fact, the money had been, people had started pilfering the evidence already. So the result was that they were called in again, the same team. This is about 2006 also, and in any event, they got a number of people were assaulted, tortured, and 2 died in custody by the same team that Patlani calls. So that's the reputation they had. So one person, Mampane, they shot him in his back while he was handcuffed. And another person was Solomon Ningane, who was suffocated to death in the presence of Mabula.
Yeah. Chairperson, Mr. McBride, how would they do the counterintelligence into the breach at home? They've come from the Northwest. The case is already before the SAPS in Pretoria. So how would something like that work in?
Well, they disrupted and looked for things against us, and they disrupted the investigation, and they were largely successful. But in the end, I think it was Tuchten, Judge Tuchten, we litigated against the interference. And the judgment basically said, and I think we have it here in the bundle, that counter investigations of cops, at the time, so this is critical, I forgot to mention this. Temani Binang was the investigating officer for the tortures and deaths in custody. This Temani Binang, who they hate, he was the investigating officer, and there was cases still going on when they decided now to have a go at him and say he's one of Patlani's words, rogue unit. And yet the issue stems from previous investigations against the same team. So none of those cases are on the roll at the moment. So these cases are from 2006, 2010, but one is on inquest, that's where it is, strangely on inquest, where the murder issues are very clear. But all those cases, people, they drag them on. It's now 20 years. They'll be sick, they don't come, it doesn't sit. And so on, it's over and over and over, and until it gets struck off the roll provisionally. So there's a few cases. There's one case where the judge listened to the victims, And one victim, we suspect was approached, withdrew his statement, said he don't want to carry on with this anymore. And the judge believed, said, well, that whilst there was 3 other witnesses and victims, not judge, sorry, acting magistrate said, well, if this person withdrew his statement, I'm not going to listen to anyone else. It's unheard of, unprecedented, it's unprocedural. But at that stage, the NPA didn't appeal against that decision. Yeah, so so they kick for touch and then goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
And just to say one thing, it's critical we say this. So everyone likes a big tough guy that is very serious with criminals and stuff. Those people whose rights have been violated, they're black people. Some of them even police officers whose rights are violated. So what is it reminiscent of? It's reminiscent of when we were the victims and we had no one to complain to. And that's one of the purposes why you have IPED existing, to look at those abuses or alleged abuses. That's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Just to come back to Phahlane's matters, because we are still dealing with the task.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
No, it's okay. Finally, what has actually come of all these matters? You've mentioned and you've told the committee that there are a number of investigations which were, conducted regarding General Phahlane, most of which were led by Cedric Nkabinde.
Yeah.
And you've told the committee on details and specifics with demonstrating charge sheets and affidavits. What has come of these matters? Where are they today?
Well, there's 2 matters in court. They're both corruption matters, both serious corruption, where Phahlane appears with other people in court. They've appeared a few times. On one case, I'm sorry, it's amusing to see him saying, bring it on, but he's tried to get it dismissed off the roll over and over and over again. Every trick under the book. Is 7 years old. And the judge pushed it to October and November, just so that's for trial. It's set down. No more, deferring and delaying and distraction. So that's what. A lot of the other cases are still in abeyance. People are still busy with them. Yeah.
I invite you to read your paragraph 86 of the statement.
Moreover, some of the criminal matters that Phahlane faces, which were investigated by IPED, have been set down. Attached hereto are documents in my possession pertaining to this case, which includes a charge sheet as RJM 19A and it says here JM 19B. Finally, General Phahlane and IPED have been in court for various matters in which General Phahlane has not been successful. To that end, I attach judgment confirming same mark as annexes RJM 20.
Okay. RJM 20, we have already placed on record that it forms part of the exhibit bundle.
Yes.
And we don't need to go through it now for the purposes of this
Yeah.
evidence. But can you turn to page 657 of the bundle?
One second, ma'am.
On everyone's bundle, it's going to read as 65 because the number got cut off. But if you look at the next page, it will be 658.
So 657, yeah.
Yeah, 657. That is a charge sheet. Can you read in the date at the top right corner? And perhaps you can tell us, and in comparing, because this is the annexure that you attach to support your paragraph 86.
Date of first appearance is the 21st of the 9th, 2022. Next to the case number and next to date of first appearance.
Who is the accused in that document?
The accused is Johannes Khomotso Phahlane, and the investigating officer is Anthony Sears.
Okay. And then the next page at 658.
658.
Who is the accused in that, on that document?
I'm not sure if it's part of the, oh, it's Mkhwanazi Agnes Mkhele, who was an erstwhile acting head of crime intelligence.
So that is to support that those matters, are those the matters that you're talking about which have now been set down for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just also read the case number into the record.
Case number is 565 11 2017.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McBride. That concludes the task team for Pahlani. However, before we move on from General Pahlani, when he was here last Wednesday, he told us that on the 5th of June, 2024, he had an incident in Dunkeld. Do you know anything about that incident that occurred, that took place in Dunkeld regarding General Pahlani and his wife?
What year was that, ma'am?
2024. On the 5th of June.
I know about one much earlier incident where he was in a fingernail place or something.
Okay, I can jog your memory because you may have not maybe heard that part of his evidence. General Pahlani testified that he had gone to I think a spa, he said, in Dunkeld with his wife.
Yeah.
And an incident occurred where they basically they were stopped. I think it may have been at gunpoint, if I'm not mistaken. And he testified that you sent him a message saying, sorry, I just heard. If you know that if you need any help, the offer still stands. Would you like to comment about that? Did you send that message and would you like to comment about that? So two things.
Yeah. Firstly, the message, I did send a message to him, but it wasn't 2024. It's some time ago. And the message meant to convey, if you want to still cooperate with the investigation and not be scared of repercussions for you, you can speak to us. It's about 2017. And because I know that after 2017, 2018, I was still in IPED then, not 2024. So after I'd heard that he had done the counter investigation and these people were harassing us, I began a process of ridiculing him. So we couldn't fight back with much. So anytime they came for us, we made jokes about them. So Pahlani got an award for bravery in that matter. And I think there's also a financial reward that goes with it. But I ridiculed him, and I said it in Parliament. How can you get an award for bravery when you slide in on the floor hiding behind cushions?
Yes. But Mr. McBride, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject. I mean, would you like to comment on the text message that you sent that said the offer still stands? Specifically after the incident.
If he wants to be a 204 witness, the offer stands.
Okay. And then he also testified that subsequently thereafter, he discovered that there was a copy of a CCTV footage of the attack.
Yes, yes.
Following the Dunkeld
Yes,
incident, that attack.
Yes, yes.
And he says that he discovered that you were the person who got a hold of the copy.
No, no, no. It was on YouTube.
And he says you circulated it into the media. Do you have any comments regarding?
No, it's on YouTube. The whole world saw it.
So you distance yourself from that?
It was on YouTube.
Okay. I would like to now shift gears and move on to the next topic.
Yeah.
We are now going to look at the section dealing with Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes, thanks.
What we know is that you've given us evidence that at a point, he was one of your lead guys investigating the Pahlani complaints into General Pahlani.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if we can then just. Sorry, I'm just
Oh,
moving.
sorry, if I can just
Yes.
add in that.
Yes, you may.
By the way, I think it was Minister Nhlego that gave him the award, or under Minister Nhlego's instruction, that he got the award for bravery. Just for completeness of evidence.
Yeah. So, Mr. McBride, may I ask you to turn to page 5 of your statement? We will be reading starting at paragraph 18.
Okay, I have it, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Nkabinde, when he appeared before this committee, before we just get into his evidence, he says that you visited Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi's home in Empangeni, KwaZulu-Natal. At the time, Minister Mkhwanazi was not a minister, and it was regarding a complaint. I'm reading at 18.1 of your statement. It was regarding a complaint that Mr. Mkhwanazi had against, regarding the behavior of the Hawks. Would you like to take us through that evidence?
Yeah, so I got a complaint and it was conveyed to me by Nkabinde that former Premier Mkhwanazi has a complaint, but he would like to see me personally. And over the next few days, he indicated to me, no, must keep it quiet. He wants to see me alone. So, suspecting something not right, because he was already starting to misbehave. I then sent, and he said, I must just come down. There'll be a car waiting for me and we'll drive up there. I sent a protector down first, ahead of me to scout out ahead, and we remained in like 2 or 3 days before what's going on.
Yeah, before you continue, Mr. McBride, if you can just also indicate roughly around when was this this visit to KZN?
There's actually evidence of that, because after the visit, I sent the information note to Minister Tsele to say this had taken place and this is the issues of it.
Yeah. According to your statement at paragraph 18.1, you say it was around 2017.
Yeah.
So is that correct? So it would have
So
been
April
roughly
20
around.
So it's for me, it's 2018 when I sent the information note, which is like 1 or 2 weeks.
Okay.
After the visit took place, yeah. So my statement when it was, because you'll be able to see the information note that I sent. So again, I want to reiterate, all of this stuff we are saying has existed for a long time. We're not responding to what people came and say here. We've had it there. We're just making it available to show about the concoctions they made, because this evidence is there already. The statements are there, affidavits, court cases are there already. Yeah. So I would say is the date on the information note gives an indication of which year and which month it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what came of that visit?
Oh, well, that visit, I arrived at the airport, King Shaka Airport, and I received a WhatsApp or something from Cedric, come to the drop-off point on top. We got a car waiting for you. So when I came up there, I first told the protector, listen, this is what they're saying. The protector was there with his own car. When I arrived there, Nkabinde is there with a guy who I don't know the guy, but he said me the guy is a businessman. He's also a member of the youth league, and then the protector steps in, and then Cedric's eyes almost pop out of his head because he expected me to be alone and vulnerable. So he says now, after recovering, he says to the protector, okay, can you write in the back there, we still need to brief the chief. This is important, what he needs to brief me about. Because if you see his various testimonies, he pretends that I'm the one that introduced him to former Premier or current Minister Mkhwanazi. So it was a lie. So he still has to brief me. What is this about? So I get in the car, we travel all the way to Mpangeni, we go. When we arrive at the house, protectors behind us all the way, he goes in ahead. So we're standing at the entrance to the house, which enters into a lounge. And Minister Mkhwanazi is sitting on a balcony, outside. So Cedric goes ahead and says, to check if it's okay for me to come through. Cedric, who supposedly doesn't know him. Then he says, I can come through. Then I come through. But I know Minister Mkhwanazi. I know him a long time. He's been active in ANC for a long time. So I didn't need Cedric to sit. But Cedric was in good books there because he cleared the way for me to enter. He was holding court for the Minister Mkhwanazi to allow him to come there. So that's the environment. When I listened to the complaint, in fairness, the complaint looked like a genuine case of harassment and mischief making by DPCI Hawks. I can't remember who the official was. I think it was Zikale or something like that. I'm not sure of the surname of the official. And so the matter was closed on the docket at some stage, and then they opened it suddenly. Someone else had it before. But the issue involved I think it involved the cell phones or something of a bodyguard that had been murdered. I'm not sure where, somewhere in Mpangeni. And this case has been reopened again. And yeah, that was the issue. So the matter was dealt with properly. I left Cedric with the case because of his funny ways about him. It's like you get accepted for it. I want to see the size of the monster. So I go to these places. There's even 2 other occasions, no, 3, where he calls me to a meeting. I don't know what the meeting's about. I arrive at the meeting and see some people I know, in one instance, 3 suspects, police suspects. Another one I don't know is supposedly from Pretoria magistrate or something like that. And then the third one is some crime intelligence officials who are witnesses for us. I think they've given statements also, which might be in here. And but on each occasion, he pretends that I asked for the meeting. And then there's another occasion when he introduces me to someone who's a prosecutor in KZN who is, and he tells me they want to work with you. So I say, well, if they want to fight against corruption, I'll work with them, meet with them. But the guy has got a bad reputation there in KZN and more recently in Eastern Cape, yeah.
If we can then, thank you, Mr. McBride. If we can then turn to page 25 of your statement, because now it leads us squarely within Cedric Nkabinde.
Yeah.
From paragraph 88, you give evidence regarding what he said before this committee.
Yeah.
So if we can go into that.
So I summarize 3 main points of his allegations made in the committee, and I labeled them lie number 1. And the first lie is that I suspended him. Now, it's not true. Nkabinde was suspended by his supervisor in KZN, Director van der Sant, who was standing in for a provincial head. So nothing to do with me suspension. I attached the documents in my possession, RJM 21, which shows who suspended him. So a bald-faced lie that I suspended him, not true. The supervisor suspended him.
So if we can just perhaps pause there and look at the document that you are talking about that has been attached.
RGM 21.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Page number, please, ma'am.
It's in the exhibit bundle.
Exhibit bundle.
Yeah, it's in the exhibit bundle. Do you have the exhibit bundle? Close to you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the exhibit bundle is not paginated. It just contains a number of documents. But we're looking basically for the document that shows that he was not suspended by you. There, 21. It starts at page. It's in the middle. There's a blue demarcation in the middle.
I have
of
it,
the-
ma'am.
You have it. Do you have it in front of you?
1 second. The RJM 21 starts with the blue page.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
It is, what are those documents?
The document is a Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, and it deals with an agreement.
Okay. In the middle of the bundle, because it's not paginated like yours and mine,
Yes, yes.
page 43 of the bundle is a letter from IPED suspending Cedric. It is dated the 4th of June 2018. It's in the middle of page. And if you turn to the next page, do you see it?
So I'm on a
Page
page.
43. IPED, if you turn to the next page, that would be page 44.
1 second, ma'am, just bear with me.
Should look
So
like
I've
this.
got the,
It is in essence a letter addressed to Cedric Nkabinde from IPED. It's dated the 4th of June, 2018. If you turn to the next page, the person who has signed the letter is noted as Miss Patadi Maharaj,
yes,
Provincial Head KZN.
yes.
And the contents of the letter, because you have not reached it, the subject line is precautionary suspension from work. And it details the reason for the suspension.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So we now know that it was in fact, Miss Maharaj who suspended Cedric from
Yes, but the notice
KZN.
of intention to suspend was done by Van der Sand, where the
Okay.
process started.
And then on the next page, on the next line, Mr. Cedric says that you, in his testimony, he says that on the day that the disciplinary hearing was supposed to take place, you arrived at
Yes.
the hearing
Yes, yes.
to try and stop the hearing. Subsequently after that, there was a settlement
Yeah, yeah.
that came about. Please, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lie, that's why I mentioned, because his lawyer, Gary Bell, sends a letter to the lawyer representing IPED, saying his instructions from his client are as follows, that the client wishes to resign. It's in my main, yeah, it's 1 second. Yeah, I go through it in 90.2 of my affidavit, but it's an extract from the RGM 22. I don't know where RGM 22 is.
It's at page 732.
732. 1 second. Almost there, ma'am.
Your flag should read 22.
1 second, ma'am. Yeah, it's a letter. It was sent to Arshad Savant. And it's from Gary Lister. And this is what we pulled off from the lawyers now recently. We asked the lawyers to give it to us. So it's Gary Bell from Lister and Company writes the following.
Who is Gary Bell?
He's actually the lawyer of the company that's representing Cedric. So if I remember, he was not at the hearing. And he says, I can even read it from here. He says, as per our discussions relating to an amicable manner in which the matter can be settled, we have taken instructions from our client who has proposed the following. The employee withdraws a disciplinary inquiry and related charges forthwith. This comes from Cedric. Our client will resign with immediate effect. Comes from Cedric. Our client agrees to the employer request to withdraw all of his complaints which have been filed. The settlement agreement will be in full and final settlement. So the issue here, he wants to resign. When a person resigns, you can't discipline them. Can't do anything to them. So that's number one consideration. He's going. I was there to testify. I was scheduled to be a first witness against him. I was going to testify. And when he saw me, he spoke to Moses Dlamini, who was a spokesperson, and said to Moses, is the chief here? Is he going to testify? Hey, I'd rather not testify. I'd rather go. I'd rather resign. That's how it happened. Because he couldn't face me, and the lies has been spreading, all because he didn't get a post, which he didn't even apply for. But yeah, someone got to him.
How, sorry to interject. How did you, I mean, Cedric was one of your star investigators within IPED.
Yeah.
He was handling a very big matter, dealing with issues that related to an acting national commissioner.
Yeah.
And he was also praised for being one of the great investigators amongst his team members.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's filed a number of complaints on behalf of IPED in relation to these particular complaints that we speak about, particularly General Pahlani.
Yeah.
At which point does now Cedric move from being this lead investigator into Pahlani's matters to now sitting before a disciplinary hearing and facing dismissal?
So after he refused to acknowledge he had been approached by cops to make a 204, in other words, to scuttle the investigations, he was removed from the task team by Mr. Sissoko. So he left the task team. And then he went back to his province. And when he went back to his province, he was then further suspended. That is in the investigation section. It's not in the executive director's office. In any event, he was suspended and all of that. But him leaving the task team made him go crazy. And then these complaints started popping up. We dealt with all the complaints, whether it's public protector, whether it's a PSC, whether it's I was not allowed to defend against former Minister Peggy Cele, but it was a lie that Cedric told, and Peggy Cele went on a lie to come and persuade Parliament. And two issues. Cedric Nkabinde and the concoction he did with members of state security, and which the IGI's got the complaint. I can read it out if anybody wants to hear it. But it's about the concoction, a long story, how they use juicy names, which is exactly what Mkhwanazi did. Drop a nice juicy name like McBride. It's got nothing to do with PKTT or anything like that. So out of McBride comes now Nkabinde gets now really excited. Wow, he's got a chance to have a second bite at the chair. In fact, third bite, because he was sent back to fix up his evidence when his evidence was all over the place and was wrong. So this committee sent him back because it was clear he was lying. So after he came back with his repaired statement and information, he then starts singing a long song about me, not about Brown Mkhwanazi who was dealing with, not about Matlala, not about PKT, not about a letter that was written and amended and all of that. Robert McBride, an old story, he deals with that. And then it's a nice juicy name. So up comes Patlani, he suddenly feels resurrected. He somehow forgets he's got 2 cases waiting for him, serious cases, done and dusted, slam dunk cases. So my name is why I'm here. Dropped his name and then we can deal with him. It serves no purpose. I was not part of IPID when Patlani was prosecuted. I was not part of NPA who took the decision to prosecute him. I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not part of NPA. The duty of an investigator is to make the case and submit it, and they must decide whether they're going to prosecute or not. So that's what happened. So I cannot do anything for Patlani. There's nothing I can do. To mention my name, try and put me under pressure, it doesn't do anything to me. And Cedric said he lied. Well, I'm showing that Cedric lied. I'll deal with lie number 3 just now. Lie number 3 is Cedric says that there was a conspiracy against Patlani to falsely target him. No, it's not true. Sequence of events leading up to this Damascus moment is, according to the lie, the Bryant O'Sullivans. This lie has been mentioned before in support of Patlani after Nkabinde had been found out as a double agent and after he had been removed from the task team. I have furnished the evidence leader with the affidavits of Kuba, Sissoko, and various investigating officers, as well as the recording of telephone conversations between Nkabinde and Mandla Mahlangu and the transcripts of the same. As I have also given the evidence leader recording of a telephone conversation between Komo and Mahlangu. Attached hereto is a copy of the statement dated 24th of July 2018, deposed to by Kuba, marked RJM 23. Yeah, so that's a lie. So based on the lie Cedric told, I mean, at some stage, this Cedric's allegations landed up in a cash-in-transit WhatsApp group that was made up of policemen and security companies. And Mabula, the same guy that Patlani calls up to help him fight against us, drops it on that group, this complaint of Cedric, until one of the other members of the group from the security company said, but this got nothing to do with cash in transit. Why are you dropping it here? When I heard it, I tried to make contact with the Minister Tkele because I knew Cedric's communication was with Tkele's office over and over and over again. Then I went to see the minister. Minister, what is this? Minister Peggy Tkele says to me, no, it's true. I got the document from Mabula. He sent it through an intermediary. I took the document as it was and locked it in my safe, and it never left my safe. So I don't know how it got out onto the group. So why would a full whole minister explain to me about the document he took and put in his safe. Well, what is he trying to explain? In any event, he used that to smear my name in this arm of the state, the legislature. He used that, which is based on a lie. I've shown now Cedric's lies. I've shown many of his lies. So to use it, for me not to, my contract to be extended, even though there was an impeccable record, IPOD was stepping up. It was taking on the big guns, the dangerous men, the criminals with badges, the criminals in blue. Minister Tele and the entire committee, except for a few people. I think one of them was Honorable Diane Kohler Barnard, who resisted. Philip Mhlongo from EFF, who was a family friend and who was close to my father, phoned me and said, Becky's flashing around here a paper which says you an enemy agent. Comrade Robert, I'm so disgusted by this man. I've always knew there's something wrong with him. He does that, but anyway, the most painful one was none of the others, not Ramatlakana. Ramatlakana is a serial he's a serial defector. But the one that pained me was Jerome Marke, because I respect Jerome Marke. Jerome Marke was hardcore liberation fighter and been twice to Robben Island, so I respected him. Why he's turned against me? So somebody, that's why, Honorable Chief Whip, your job is very important. How you guide people and not let their minds get fooled by the likes of Nkabinde.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Chairperson, Mr. McBride told us that Mr. Nkabinde was to be a 204, and that's how the transition moved from him being a star investigator to now supporting Mr. General Pahlane. We see that also in your papers that he subsequently he's been filing affidavits as a complainant in General Pahlane's matters.
Yes.
And now he's switched in support of General Pahlane. He files a supporting affidavit, an answering affidavit.
Yes.
Do you have any comments about that?
Well, Cedric Nkabinde is just a greedy person who wants acknowledgement without putting the work in and likes money. I mean, we are aware of him buying like 10 suits at a time and stuff like that. But that's part of an investigation. I can't speak about ongoing investigation. I'm sorry, it's not I'm refusing, it's not my investigation. It started off when I was at IPOD. So he likes the flashy style, the money. By the way, he refused to tell this committee what he did on a weekend with General Mkhwanazi. I noticed that. He said it's a boys' weekend out, so he can't talk about it. So there's some secret business went on there.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Mr. McBride. If I can now just point us back to we're at the tail end of our statement.
yes, ma'am.
And we are now at 92.5 of the statement. In that section, you deal with the former public protector, Ms. Mkhwanazi, I think it's Advocate Mkhwanazi, tried to stop Nkabinde's disciplinary proceedings against, she tried to intervene basically in Nkabinde's disciplinary proceedings. Do you have any comments about that?
No, it's true. And also Pegitele also tried to, at the same time, forbid me from going ahead. And I've sent him an information note saying, it's not actually by me, it's by the head of legal saying, it is what I testified now. His supervisor suspended him. It's not McBride.
Yeah.
And it's you're interfering with the independence of IPOD now.
If I can just perhaps read your statement into the record, you say, when that attempt failed by the public protector, the former public protector,
Yeah.
she subsequently conducted an unlawful investigation in favor of Nkabinde, recommending that my team and I be charged. These findings were set aside by the High Court, and you attach the judgment at JM 24A and B of the bundle. Perhaps just for the sake of completion, if we could turn to those annexures.
What
And-
number, ma'am? Page number?
I will show you. It forms part of the exhibit bundle.
Oh, this one?
Yeah,
Yes.
the exhibit bundle. And the exhibit bundle is sectioned off by blue paper. It would be the third section.
This side? Another blue one.
But more importantly, those are the documents that were before court, the affidavits. I think the more pointed one would be RJM 24B, which you will find in your bundle at 738.
1 second, ma'am.
It is a matter that was before the Pretoria High Court under case number 74427/19, dated 1 June 2022.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Would you like to comment about that judgment?
Yeah, the judgment sets aside the public protector's report. So it doesn't deal with the multitudes of reasons for setting aside that we do, but mainly the issue of procedural unfairness and biasness, which was a recurring theme with the public protector's pronouncements.
So in your statement, you deal with this issue, and you said the report of a public protector was in essence in support of Cedric Kabinde, and it was trying to stop disciplinary hearings from continuing.
Yeah.
And that report that was filed
Yeah.
was set aside.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have the report here before us.
Yeah.
We have the court papers, but the judgment basically confirms that at the order.
So, ma'am, just to give a fuller picture. So it wasn't me who tried to stop the disciplinary.
Yes.
It was the public protector and the minister, not me, working in concert to stop the disciplinary process.
Yes, at 738, the applicants are members of IPED, as you would have said in your statement. I see Matthew Sisoko is the first applicant.
Yes, yes.
And it is against the Office of the Public Protector.
Yeah.
Ms. Busisiwe Mkhwanazi was the second respondent.
Yes,
IPED was the third respondent.
yes, yes.
And the Fidelity Security Services, PTY Ltd, was the fourth.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the Minister of Police.
So, yes, if I can just go to the fidelity issue. So at the time of the threat against Mandla's life, the initial one, we don't have the resources to track back on cell phones who sent this threatening message. So we use a service provider as an emergency. This is important because there's a lot of rumors about this afterwards. Because an official, an investigator's life is threatened. It's an urgent procurement in terms of treasury regulations. So we got someone to interpret what is taking place in this threat and look at it and apply for the correct 204 and all of that, so 205, so that we can see what's going on. And
Yes, you may continue.
yeah. So out of that, we hired a service from Fidelity. So they made the person available to us on a temporary basis, which is Teresa Botha. But what is missing in the entire thing of what Cedric says? Cedric once sat on a panel of Teresa Botha when she applied for a job at IPID some time ago, 2015 or something. And he, out of the panel, there were 3 senior people, there were 2 directors and him. And I've got a statement here. It's a statement from Van der Sant. He marked Teresa Botha so low that she could not be given the post. So the other 2 were impressed, give a high marks. It was Dan Morema, Van der Sant, and then Cedric Ngabinde. Surely, if his issues are against Teresa Botha, later on then he applies, there are 2 jobs applied for. So he stops Teresa Botha in the first time because what is she? She's a cell phone analyst. He stops her. But then what he does is he complains when he doesn't get a promotion. He's actually talking on the phone to Mandla. And his duplicity is of such a nature. After talks to Mandla and complain about the white people, he immediately phones the white people to Teresa and say, Teresa, how are you? Whatever. And that is a recording which we have. So that's the type of human being he is. So committee can judge for itself. And whether former Minister Bheki should have believed him, well, Bheki wanted to believe him. That's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. If I can just then take you, just to close off this part about the review application, setting aside the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, at the outset, Judge Kuverji states that the applicant seeks to review and set aside the findings as well as the remedial action imposed by the public protector in her final report titled Report Number 41 of 2019/2022, Report of an Investigation into Allegations of Procurement Irregularities, Irregular Appointment and Maladministration relating to the appointment of Ms. T.H. Botha as Deputy Director, National Specialized Investigation Team, dated 16 September 2019. And the order that was made at page 765 is the public protector's findings made in report number 41 of 2019/2020 noted the report on an investigation into allegations of procurement irregularities, irregular appointment and maladministration relating to the appointment of Ms. T.H. Botha dated 16 September 2019 is set aside in its entirety.
Yes.
Number 2, the remedial action set out in paragraph 7 of the report is set aside in its entirety. Number 3, the respondents are ordered to pay costs of this application. The order does not necessarily, I know you've put context into what happened with the Fidelity Fund, but it does not quite set aside the disciplinary hearing against Cedric Ngabinde.
No. You mean the report to the public protector?
Yes.
No, this is a separate letter which is sent to the, I think it was addressed to me or something. At the same time, Bheki sent his.
Okay, so this had to do with Ms. Botha.
Yeah, that was the issue. Also, the Public Service Commission complained. Cedric says he didn't do it, but he was the only one doing those things. Set aside also, unsubstantiated.
Okay.
So out of all this unsubstantiated and set aside, why must this guy be believed? And I'm giving context and proving it, how he lied before this parliament, before this ad hoc committee. Why should he be believed? So it creates another problem. Sorry to be laughing, but it creates another problem where when Minister Tele did not extend my contract, did he base it on a lie? because I can prove they're quite easy. Yeah, I'm just saying there's other implications, but I'll leave it there, ma'am.
We are now at paragraph 92.6. Would you like to just complete your statement before I invite you to get into the recommendations?
Yeah, so 92.1, Patlani had used a gap created by Mkhwanazi and Nkabinde in front of the committee to plead his case in front of elected representatives. Patlani is facing several criminal charges for serious offences, including but not limited to corruption, fraud, and other charges in North Gauteng, Pretoria High Court, and Johannesburg Specialized Commercial Science Court, respectively. He's due for trial in October 26 and November 26 in different courts. Patlani is currently out on bail. Again, this has nothing to do with Mkhwanazi's paramilitary show of force or the PKTT or the arrest of General Khumalo. Why I say paramilitary show of force? That's his own words at Madlanga. Show of force against what? Against a constitutional order. That is you guys. That's what a show of force is, to intimidate all of you, to intimidate the executive. That's what it's about, the show of force. If you had a problem, you can go to court like the rest of us go to court. Patlani does not mention the two criminal cases they are facing and are due back in court in October and November this year. I was not involved in any of the investigations into these two cases, and I did not have part in the decision to prosecute him. While the investigation into these cases started when I was still ED of IPID, the completion of these investigations were done long after I left IPID. His bring it on challenge is strangely at odds with various attempts to get the charges dismissed. 92.4, it's important for this committee to know that I spoke out about police corruption, especially committed by generals in the police, in my presentation to Parliament. I even stated that it is the greatest security threat to the country. And I spoke out about prosecutors or protecting criminals in uniform. In this regard, I have prepared separate bundles of documents, including submission to Zondo, litigation documents against Patlani, and the police and public protector litigation. The former public protector, and we're dealing again with public protector, I don't think I have to go over it again, but I'm guided by you.
Where are you reading now, Mr.?
92.5, ma'am.
92.5, okay, thank you. Proceed.
Yes, 92.5. The former public protector, Mr. Mkhwanazi, tried to stop Nkabinde's disciplinary proceedings against Nkabinde. When that attempt failed, she subsequently conducted an unlawful investigation in favor of Nkabinde, recommending that my team and I be charged. His findings were set aside by the High Court. Attached hereto is a copy of Public Protector's report and a judgment setting it aside marked as annexures 24A and 24B. The fact is, Nkabinde is a man of questionable character, driven by greed. He only became disgruntled because he could not get a promotion in IPID, and Patlani and his crew took advantage of that by offering him a brigadier position in exchange for a false implication in wrongdoing against me, and offering Nkabinde, and that goes to explain, ma'am, the question, how did the star turn around? And offering Nkabinde gladly accepted due to greed. He went on to join the suspects in our investigation and to shield them from accountability. Long before he is removed from task team, cell phone records analysis reports show him speaking to suspects when it was not his business. And after he's removed from task, he was still speaking to suspects. And a few days before he wrote the affidavit in support of Patlani, I was meeting with Patlani in a tower in a suburb called Saxonwold. So there's clearly lead up to each time he makes a statement or complaint. And he went on to join the suspects in our investigation to shield them from accountability. Part of the evidence was that he was going to be led in this disciplinary proceedings. Was cell phone analysis attached here to mark 25A and 25B. That's what I'm referring to. You can't escape from cell phone unless your phone gets legs and walks. And then you can escape from your phone. Shows that he was in constant communication with our suspects, even after he was removed from the investigation. A closer look at the analysis suggests that he might have been receiving gratification from the suspects. I unfortunately left IPID before these investigations were complete. He failed to inform the committee that he even lodged a grievance for not getting promotion. When Nkabine's position to SAPS had been stopped, Mkhwanazi then found Nkabinde a job in private sector. That is fact. In my view, certain matters which were before IPID ought to have forged ahead in respect of investigations and prosecutions.
Mr. McBride, before you continue, you mentioned an annexure. Just to close off, what do you mean by those cell phone records? Could you just put that into record? If you turn to page 766 of the bundle, you will find RJM 25A.
Let me see, 1 second, ma'am. One second. So he speaks to that Langa. There's a short for De Lange. General Teliwe De Lange was a co-accused of Patlani. He talks to Patlani also, 17th of July. That's a few days before he makes his complaint, which I think is 24th of July or something. Yeah, so that's an analysis done on the Hillbrow case. That's a case involving, colloquially referred to as the blue lights case. He speaks to the service provider, which is Wimpy Mantata of the blue lights, who is also a co-accused in the case of the blue lights case in Johannesburg, registered as a Hillbrow case, but in the Johannesburg Specialized Commercial Crimes Court.
Just to provide context, what is the blue lights case?
It's a case which involves the instruments that are attached to a police vehicle so that it's able to be utilized for police. And blue lights is just reference to one of the aspects that put on, namely it's the emergency lights. They refer to them blue lights because they're blue, but they are emergency lights. And the service provider fitted those things on a range of cars.
Yeah. So your evidence is that Mr. Nkabinde was speaking to suspects at the time regarding cases that had ongoing investigations. Was he doing that in his capacity as an investigator? Where was Cedric Nkabinde at the time in July, on the 19th of July, 2018?
From memory, he was off the investigation team. I can't remember the date of his disciplinary or what date he resigned on. I can check it, it's here. Yeah, but I'm not sure, he was not on the task team, according to statements from the analyst and from Sissoko. He was not on the task team.
Okay.
So why is he talking to suspect? And he talks to Patlani also before he makes a statement in Patlani's favor. And the evidence, but I'm not involved in the case, so I only know a little bit from what I hear. Is the lawyer of Patlani also, BDK lawyer. Yeah, I want to sit in here, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Arendse. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Mkhize, and well done. Just a few miscellaneous questions. Firstly, about Mr. O'Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
You know about this book that he wrote? And there was a gathering at Radovan Krejcir's former place.
Yes, yes.
Which he bought, and he had the book launch there.
Yes.
And he invited, that's the meeting that
Yeah, that's
Mr. Nkabindi referred to.
Yes, sir. That is a meeting refers to. No one was aware that it's Radovan Krejcir's house. We're given an address, we must go there. And it's for, I'm not even worried if it's Radovan Krejcir's house. We're invited to a braai. Krejcir is in jail. And I don't even know who the journalist is there. Apparently the journalist was writing a book. And I've just heard like a few days ago on Krejcir, and Krejcir had just been sentenced. And that there's a book called Joining the Dots, which Paul is giving out. We thought it's a normal Christmas braai or something like that. But in any event, that braai played no part in Cedric Nkabindi's Damascene event, because he stayed as a lead investigator for a long time. So that's 2016 December. In 2017, he's leading the investigations. And it's only in 2018 now he starts making contact with the suspects. But by then he's blown.
Now, you described Mr. O'Sullivan as eccentric.
Yes, others use stronger words.
Now, it seems to me from the objective facts that he claims to have brought down Jackie Selebi and of course Radovan Krejcir and others. But do you know whether he was a witness in any of those cases? Or,
according to me, sir, he wasn't a witness in any of these cases, and he's not a policeman.
is he a witness in the two criminal cases you referred to that General Pashlani is facing?
Certainly not, sir. Certainly not.
So what can one infer from that? What is his modus operandi? What's his, obviously in English, what is the way, how does he operate?
Well, we call it COA, Center of Attention. He's always the main man. Like some people say, everyone's a hero in their own story. But he a bit more, yeah.
Well, can you tell us a bit more, because the allegation is made that he infiltrated or has infiltrated IPID, he's infiltrated the South African police services. In fact, he controls them. And we know from the Constitutional Court judgment, of course, that you need to do so without fear or favor, and you must act independently without external influences. There's an allegation that he's an external influence, and therefore he compromises the work that IPID does.
Yeah, so my response to that is, on two occasions, I basically brought him to order about pushing ahead with investigations. And each occasion, which was different, he didn't speak to me for a few months. So he went on a sulk, because on the second occasion, I was forced to tell him in front of other people quite hard. Even the same Nkabindi came to me and said, "No, Chief, you're too hard." And so he sulks a bit when he doesn't get his way. So getting his way is important, but to imagine that he controls, I mean, I said it also in portfolio committee, when this thing came up in 2017 from Patlani. Now, that if there's anyone in the entire world tells you they control me to do wrong things, show me that person, I will show you a liar. Nobody controls me to do wrong things. If you hear one day someone told me to do this and that and I did it, that's a blue lie. So no one can do that. In fact, even the head of investigation at the time, Matthew Sissoko, even called the team in and warned them, listen, the guy talks too much, I can't use all the words he said. So deal with him with circumspection. He has information, his information is accurate, but be aware, that's what he told the investigators. And that's what we agreed to. And that's what we carried out. So on one occasion now recently, which I haven't spoken to him since, he said he paid for my constitutional matter with the Helen Suzman Foundation for me. Of course, fortunately, I didn't have to defend myself. Helen Suzman Foundation defended themselves and says it's a lie. Now, the issue is this: if you have any idea about Helen Suzman Foundation or the lady who it's named after, they are fiercely independent. They will not tolerate anyone telling them what to do. That alone will tell them whether, even if you go and look at CASAC, you go and look at freedom under law, they are not. You're not going to push them around. My experience from them are solid people. And their interest is not Robert McBride or anybody else. Their interest is constitutional order. That one which Mkhwanazi was doing a show of force against.
Now
Can I check with yourselves, Advocate Arends and Mr. McBride, how much time do you need? Because I thought that Advocate Mukiza was the last.
Another 10 minutes, Honorable Chair.
10 minutes. Yeah. 10 minutes. There is an important announcement which we must make here. So if it's 10 minutes, it's okay. I can tolerate that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. You mentioned in your evidence that he does sometimes come up. He seems to be like a Don Quixote. He does sometimes come up with some bird-brained ideas or theories or allegations.
Yeah.
But somewhere in there, it's a bit of hit and miss. Now, I mention that because there is the one concrete example of this. I think it's a colonel, Munsami.
Yes, yes.
It's in the papers.
Yes.
And it was referenced by my colleague, Advocate Mkhize.
Yeah.
Where he ultimately ends up writing to O'Sullivan and said, I have now exhausted all avenues of complaint.
Yes.
So I'm coming to you with this complaint.
Yeah.
Is that still a rife? In other words, is that how Mr. O'Sullivan perhaps still not influences, but he comes to law enforcement agencies with allegations made by people which he requires to be investigated?
Well, yeah, besides the weird and wonderful ideas he has, sometimes he comes with solid stuff. So it's not worthwhile ignoring him totally or not engaging with him, because he's got knowledge and people trust him because he does something. The biggest problem in South Africa is, public confidence in the criminal justice system. And if the criminal justice system fails them, they will go to a civilian like Paul O'Sullivan and get the respite they require there. So I think we must rather look at ourselves in that. Because otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for a person to use his own energy and resources chasing after police criminals.
Now, are you aware, in the case of General Paslani, the two matters that are before the court, before the High Court?
Yeah.
So it's taken very seriously.
Yeah.
Of forensic investigations and the Auditor General's report in some of these matters, which of course have nothing to do with Mr. O'Sullivan.
I'm not au fait with all the details of those investigations. Like I said, I was out of IPID at the latter half of those investigations, but I will assume, whilst he might have lit the fuse, he didn't set the charge. The charge was there by the wrongdoing already, and no one wanted to look. And by him lighting the fuse, it's forced people to look on a number of cases. It's also given some confidence that something will be done to change the things around. I mean, at the moment, the country is reeling from what looks like an ineffective criminal justice system. And I think everyone needs to address it, or else people will lose hope. And when people lose hope, there's another important thing I'm going to say is related to corruption. In the role play, the modus operandi of regime change ideas, people go for the corrupt. If you are able to catch the corrupt, especially corrupt cops, and you make them realize that you've caught them doing corruption. And I can give a long thing, but I don't think maybe this is the committee for it. It's a Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. What is at play at present? We're in the middle of a situation where the playbook has been launched. So when other people see us, even here fighting, they're looking for weakness, which one to use. If that one's corrupt. Now, similarly, people like Patlani look at for the Cedric in Kabindes. But the bigger powers who have ideas about us, who want to control us, and they don't like it. And they set games in play. So it's like name a few people, label them, put sanctions on them and start with sanctions, and then there's a scarcity of a certain resource, and then people have to use corruption to get the resource, whatever it is, and then they get caught doing corruption. And then you can exploit them, you can extort them because you have them. And when the bigger move is made, the people look the other way or go home, take the uniforms off and go home. And if you a law enforcement official and you can be bought, who's to stop? Who's going to buy you? Okay. So that's.
I only have 10 minutes.
Sorry, sir.
Can I ask about Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nkabinde testified here that he had been in IPID, left IPID, and then General Mkhwanazi testified and said he was out of a job. He said no, they were good friends, and he found him a job at a security company.
Yes.
And this was in the context of us asking, what qualifications did you have to become the chief of staff of the Minister of Police?
Yeah.
When did you first become aware that he was the chief of staff for the Minister of Police, in this case, Minister Mkhwanazi?
I think it was already done, but unfortunately, I had warned Minister Mkhwanazi previously, before he was appointed, that the guy is not to be trusted. I said to him long ago after the visit to Mpangeni, but he said, yeah, we must talk. But usually that means, I am busy now, I've got no time. So it's okay. But I think it was Honorable Skosano who asked Nkabinde, did you also phone Leon Mbangwa to find out what entails the job of a chief of staff? Now, who's Leon Mbangwa? Leon Mbangwa is a former chief of staff of Nati Nhleko, and he's a Zimbabwean. He has illegal ID he was throwing around even when he was appointed. And no security clearance. So what is the whole Minister of Police appointing a foreigner with a criminal record as his chief of staff? So chief of staff is a problem. Advisors are a problem also. In one of the cases we had the advisor trying to, and they will always say, no, number one says, the boss says, but they take liberties and they use people's names in vain. So one has to be careful, must be ethically sound people, integrity testing must be done. And I know you have limited time, sir. I can expand tomorrow when we come on about.
I'm sure there'll be other questions. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members.
Thank you so much. I did not want to advocate to dilute the moment. That is why I wanted to know how much time we are going to take with Mr. McBride, because we must thank Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize. Yes. And maybe I must start by thanking you, honorable members. When I said to you that you must contain yourself, and you did exactly that, can you give yourselves a round of applause for that? Yes. Can we now give a round of applause to Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize? And Mr. McBride, we must also thank you for not being impatient with her. Where I was sitting here, I could feel that she was at some point being very incisive. But that is what we say where we come from. But the mother holds the knife by the sharp edge. And we want to thank you so much, Advocate Mkhize. We have said this when Advocate Zikalala was given a chance to lead evidence here, and you were here, you witnessed it when we praised Advocate Mkhwanazi. So today you are the one getting the accolades. Women of South Africa, you are brilliant. We want to thank you so much for that attitude. And we want to thank you so much for raising your hands and being counted amongst the citizens who are pursuing excellence in this country. Can we give that round of applause again, honorable members? You say you are you a former freedom fighter or a freedom fighter, Mr. McBride?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't hear that. I
Did
thought you had done with me already.
Did you say you are a former freedom fighter or you are a freedom fighter?
Well, freedom is never really achieved. You have to keep protecting it all the time.
Yeah,
From
but
once the basics are
I
put
want
in
you to
place.
respond to my question without being philosophical. Are you a former freedom fighter or a freedom fighter?
Well, I belong to a liberation army that no longer exists. It was disbanded in 93. But someone else took its name, so I don't know what I must say.
Mr. McBride, are you a former freedom fighter or are you a freedom fighter?
So I'm a constitutionalist. I helped establish the constitutional order, a small part I played. So you're making me laugh, and then if I laugh, I'm in trouble.
I want to ask you a question because there are ideals that you fought for, isn't it? Democratic ideals.
Indeed, sir.
And maybe values. And one of them was to see women of South Africa, young African women like Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize being given an opportunity on a platform like this one. Is that correct?
Happy, sir. Completely happy. Thrilled.
Okay, as a liberation veteran, how do you feel to see opportunities like this being
See,
given?
we are implementing what we set out to do.
Does it give you pride?
Absolutely.
You must tell her and say
No, I've
this,
told you already.
and say this is what we fought for.
This is what we fought for, but it's only a small part I played. You're good on your own, in your own ability. You don't need my praise. You know what you can do. But I still say, Malibongwe.
Thank you so much. You see, you've spoken like a true revolutionary.
Can I laugh now?
Okay. Honorable members, please listen to this. We have come to the end of presentation of evidence. And once again, we thank Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize under the stewardship of Advocate Arendse. He has whispered to me one day that, Soviet, listen here, I have given many young Africans an opportunity to work with me, and for that we must give you credit, Advocate Arendse. For you to present 3 Black African females before this parliament is no mean feat, and we want to thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, Mr. Robert John McBride, for your presentations. I had said that honorable members must not interject, and there were some instances where I saw members wanted to raise their hands to ask clarity-seeking questions, and I suppressed them. So can I check with honorable members if you want me to give you a chance to ask clarity-seeking questions now, or do you want me to give you opportunity tomorrow before 1 o'clock to ask clarity? If I can finish speaking so that you understand what is going to happen. If you agree that you are going to ask clarity-seeking questions, it means tomorrow between 11 and 1, we will give you that time to ask clarity-seeking questions. And thereafter, we rotate. And if we ask clarity-seeking questions now, I can allocate you up to 30 minutes. Clarity-seeking questions, yes. Want to do it now? Yeah. So tomorrow we start at 11 with rotation. Let me see those of you who want clarity-seeking questions or follow-ups. There is nobody who's going to be triggered. Yeah, we take them now. Nobody's going to be triggered. If we close the list, it is closed. I see Honorable Ngola. Honorable Skosana, have you lowered your hand? Okay. Honorable James, can I note your hand?
Can I go tomorrow, Chair? I just have one question.
No, tomorrow I allocate you your normal party time. So if there is anybody who want to ask clarity or a follow-up, it's now.
I'll go tomorrow. Thanks, Chair.
Tomorrow you are going to use your party time. Is it correct? Is that the understanding?
I'll ask now then, Chair,
Okay.
because you're opening the floor.
Let me do door to door. Honorable Sols, do you have any follow-up or clarity? Okay. Honorable Matthews? Okay. So Honorable James, you are on the list. Honorable Ngongo? Okay. Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Sanguni, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable, no, let me finish this round first. Honorable Shongwe,
Yeah, no, I think.
I think for me, Chair, I'm gonna need more clarity in terms of if in my time, you mean you're gonna give me more time from my usual 30 minutes?
we will come to that later. Honorable Skosana, you are noted. Ngola, you are noted. Honorable Kolabanat,
Nothing from the Democratic Alliance.
Honorable Thopa,
No, thank you, Chairman. Covered.
Honorable Bessel. Okay. You wanted to speak, Honorable Nomvalo.
Yes, Chair. No, we're having a discussion here. We just want to test this proposal to you and to members of the committee. That we usually knock off very late. So we don't understand why, Chair, we're knocking off so early today. We were under an impression that we will continue maybe until 8 o'clock, and then 8 or 9 o'clock. And then tomorrow, we start from where we would have left off tonight. So that maybe we finish a bit early tomorrow. And so that there will be no pressure of time. You will give us enough time. The evidence leader has taken almost the whole day. And it's always unfair to us as members to be always given limited time. So we have plenty of time now, Chair, and let's make use of it. So our proposal is that we take a few speakers now through rotation, and then we proceed tomorrow to complete our business with the witness.
Okay. So let me check. Who is ready to ask questions today? If there is any one of you ready, raise your hand and I tell you how much time you are allocated. Do you want to use your time or do you want to ask clarity? Because look, I have noted 3 speakers for clarity seeking questions. So I want to know, after they have been, listen here, honorable members, can you please listen to me? I'm going to give you the 3 of you, Honorable Ngola and Honorable Skosana and Honorable James, to ask clarity seeking questions. And thereafter, that's why I'm checking with you. Is there any one of you now ready to ask questions? Raise your hand, those of you who are ready.
Chen, I just want to find, when you say question, are you saying clarity or question?
To use the rotation slot.
No. No, for me, it's clarity question. I've got enough, Chair.
No. Hey, honorable members, hey, the MKP. No, Skosana, Honorable Skosana and Honorable Nomva.
Chair,
Yesterday, no, just yesterday.
Protect me, please.
Just yesterday, Honorable Nomvalo made a commitment that the MKP speaks in one voice.
Yes. Chair, as I'm saying, protection, understand what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, remember, when you say we are going to start today, like we are saying now, when we are discussing as MK party, we are saying we can start today and finish at 9.
Yes.
No, it's not us alone. The same sequence will have to apply.
Yeah, no, listen to me. Yesterday, when we were in a meeting, this committee passed a resolution that Mr. McBride is allocated 2 days.
Yes.
So where I'm sitting as the chairperson, I'm driving these proceedings with the understanding that all of you know that you have 2 days with the witness.
Yes.
So now we have come to the end of presentation of evidence by the witness. So I am checking with honorable members to say, is there any one of you who is ready? So that you can be given your rotation slot to ask a question. And if there is any one of you who is ready, can I see that honorable member raising a hand, ready to use the rotation slot tonight?
Yeah, Chair, but please, Chair, when we were raising our hand for clarity question, you said we must give the evidence leader a chance. We must not interrupt her.
Yeah.
Because there were issues which our witness, when he was like, I'll give you an example. He said, General, we don't even know which general he's talking about.
Yes,
He said a white somebody else, we don't know what he's talking about.
let's have one understanding, Honorable Scosa. The first part that I'm explaining is that all those clarity-seeking questions that you have, it is in this order. Honorable Ngola will ask, Honorable Skosana will ask, and Honorable James will ask, and those clarity-seeking questions will be answered. That is part one. Part two is, amongst all of you here, is there any one of you who, after we shall have dealt with the first part of clarity-seeking questions, is ready to take the 30 minutes of their time? And then once we allocate you tomorrow, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, when I speak on behalf of the MK part, not on my behalf. Chair,
Yeah,
we
but
are ready-
I want the three of you to speak in one voice because you can't confuse me yesterday.
No, we're speaking in one voice, Chair. Chair, we are ready to ask questions
Okay.
tonight, but if other members are not ready, we're not going to ask questions alone. We want the same established precedent.
No, you are not answering my question, Honorable Member. I'm not saying who is ready. I'm saying who wants to ask questions tonight.
Oh, we're ready, Chair. We want to ask questions, but not alone. With other members. Yes. With other members.
Okay, no, it's fine. Honorable Sols. May we please listen to Honorable Sols?
No, Chair, we must just be clear about the semantics here. It is not that we are not ready.
Yeah.
And MK is ready.
All of you are ready.
We are ready.
But you just
We
want
just
to
choose
Okay.
to follow through now that there's 2 days.
Yeah.
We want to come tomorrow, apply our minds today with what we have received, and come back as ready as we are today. We'll come back.
So all of you are ready.
Yes. So we must just be
You
very
are
clear.
just making a choice.
Yes.
Because you came here knowing from your meeting yesterday that the witness is allocated 2 days. Yeah. And when you saw the time running past 15 hours, you saw the opportunity of asking questions this evening going away.
Yes. So if the MK, like they are ready, like all of us are ready, chooses to use their time today instead of tomorrow, they can do so. But it's
Yeah.
not because we are not ready. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I want to make a suggestion that Chair, that even with the questions of clarities, I would want to suggest that we agree that when we start tomorrow morning, you give us an opportunity for those that may be having questions of clarities to raise, as opposed to doing it now and then closing for tomorrow for that opportunity not to be opened. Now, let me qualify my statement. Chair, when we are given documents for this hearing, we read them. I, like all other members, received the bundle that is 800 and something pages last night. I read it, but I still have to reread it so that I now establish the way in which I want to approach the questions on the basis of the evidence presented here today. So that is why I want to propose that as opposed to us asking clarifications now, let's do it in the morning, can give us half an hour or less. We ask those questions if there can be questions that need to be separated from the time allocated to each one of us and not force it tonight.
No, it's fine, Chief Whip. I hear you. What I will do, I accept the proposal that you are making, but I'm going to say those who choose to ask their questions now, who are following the wisdom of Honorable Source, those who choose to ask clarity-seeking questions now, how many are you? Yes. But you're not going to repeat tomorrow when we allocate that time. So your hand is retained, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosana, your hand is retained. Honorable James, can I check? Have you wavered or you still asking your clarity questions now, or you will ask them tomorrow? Thank you. Let's take that order. Honorable Ngola.
Thanks.
And then when you are done, pass the microphone to Honorable Skosana.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one from me.
Just be before.
Chair, can I quickly disturb you? Didn't reply on my question, Chair. That 30 minutes, will you add it?
That one is an announcement we will announce at the end of this round.
Ungakhohlwa, Chair, uthe ababuza kusasa 30 minutes.
What about you, Honorable Novalo? You want to be added to the list? Okay. So here it will be the three of you. Is Honorable Ngola, Honorable Novalo, Honorable Skosa. No, you are in one row. Don't worry. Whether he asked before you or you asked before, it's not a problem. I treat you as a row. You are the second row from the first row.
Yeah. If I may ask, how much time do we allocate for this round?
It's less than 30 minutes. We can't be here for more than 30 minutes.
Thank you.
And there are no follow-up questions. You ask questions. There's not going to be any dialogue with the witness. When we give you a chance, ask your questions, all of them. In case there is any matter that is still a gray, you will use your time tomorrow to continue. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. A quick one from me. General Pahlane alleges that when they visited the Paul O'Sullivan and the IPD officials, when they visited the estate, part of what they probed was that from the security guards, was that how many cars does he drive? How many protectors does he have? What kind of ammunition, firearms do they use? And all those sort of things. What was that part of the IPD investigation?
So, if I can respond, the first issue I was not there. I don't conduct investigations myself. In terms of the act, I must provide strategic direction, which is what I do. So I was not there and I didn't know the circumstances, how they came about to be there, but I did ask questions afterwards. And clearly the crime intelligence people, three of them, the one we didn't have in, but we have it now, Heine or Henia, Kruger and Kutsia, they don't suggest any of such issues were asked. Now, to complete the answer, if such issues were asked about what weapons and stuff like that, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree that that's right. So I would not go along with that. If I was in a situation, it's not part of investigation. Perhaps maybe the cars, how many cars are there moving in and out? What type of car? It's part of the car investigation, maybe. The buying and selling of serious price fluctuations, perhaps then, but not about security and stuff like that.
So according to you, when you checked that fact, there was no one who collaborated with that statement was, we're asking was, but General Patlane brought some affidavits as well here.
I didn't see his affidavits. I don't know what transpired. They only go on what I am told. But I don't know what he brought here. What I know is he's facing charges, 2 different cases, and he's out on bail.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, once again. Mr. McBride, I think you said there's a man called Leon Bangwa.
Yes.
Who has a fake ID, and at some point he was the chief of staff for the minister, for the former minister of police. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So by saying that, do you mean that the former minister of police hired in his office an illegal immigrant? Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Since when has he been here in South Africa?
I'm answering your question whether he was illegal or not. In fact, he served a jail time for being an illegal immigrant with a false ID.
Where is he now?
I don't know.
The question is he still within the country or is outside South Africa?
I don't know where he is now.
You don't know. So if he is still in the country, then he is still an illegal immigrant. Is that your evidence?
I don't know what's his status now, if his status has changed, if he's expunged his criminal record or whatever. But at that stage, his name was Lionel Moyo from Bulawayo.
So he was born in Bulawayo, not in South Africa.
That's what the papers are from Zimbabwe.
So if he says he was born here in South Africa, he got an ID of Zimbabwe when he was still in the military training, how would you respond to that?
It's highly possible, but why go around? And on his CV, he uses the same false ID. Why would you do that? It's possible. A lot of people are born outside the country.
So the conclusive evidence that we are tendering before this committee is that former Minister Nhleko hired an illegal immigrant. So he violated the law.
With no security clearance, yes, and without a valid ID for South Africa.
Okay. No further question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that my first question or a follow-up question, Mr. McBride. Do you have any mythology towards all the people who were here before us?
Do you have any?
Mythology. Okay, let me put it simple for you. Do you have any hatred?
Myself?
For any reason, towards any witness, in particular Nkabinde and Patlane?
No, it's irrelevant to me. But I didn't ask to be here, I was called to come here.
I understand that. I'm saying what you've testified before us here.
Yeah.
You said the people I'm asking you about, that they are lying. In other words, they are mendacious, and it's only you who's telling us the truth.
No, it's not true. On each and every occasion, I've brought in other testimony to that effect, and I've exposed the lie.
No. I'm saying to you, they were saying as well, they are exposing the lies. So who's lying here? Is it you are the only person who's telling us the truth?
Chairperson, there's no easy way to answer this except to say there are none so blind as those who do not wish to see.
I'm repeating again. Are you pulverizing all the witnesses who were here, who gave evidence to this committee?
No, I'm not interested in pulverizing anybody.
Now, you've mentioned that there's somebody called a white person and you've spoken about the general, but you never gave us name. Do you remember that? Or you didn't know the names of those
I don't
people?
understand what you're asking.
No. Let me simplify for you, Mr. McBride. I'm saying in your statement, when you were reading the statement, when you were explaining to the evidence leader, you spoke about a general. When I raised my hand to the chair, because I wanted you to tell us what is the name of that general. You've done that twice. And hence I'm sitting here, I'm confused. Which general were you talking about? And at a later stage, you spoke about there was a call to a white somebody else. And there was no name as well. Hence, when we are in this committee, we always ask for names. You don't remember?
I don't know what you are actually asking me.
I'm asking the name.
Of who?
Of those people you said a general, but you didn't give us a name.
In which particular context?
Yeah, hence I'm saying to you, now you are asking me the question which I was supposed to ask you when you were mentioning those, when you make those allegations against a certain general, who I don't know, who were you talking about? In whatever context, names are important here. We don't have to hide any name. For instance, let me put it like this, Mr. McBride. You were very clear about Leon Bangwa, that he was illegal, whatever, immigrant. And I'm saying let me put it to you. There was an issue of Paul O'Sullivan. Are you aware that O'Sullivan has got multiple passport in this country?
Possibly.
What have you done about that?
It's not illegal to have multiple passports or citizenships.
Yeah, let me put it to you. Are you aware that Paul O'Sullivan's got multiple passports? Do you agree on that? Do you agree on that? Are you agreeing with me that he has a multiple passport and there's nothing wrong? That's what we are telling the committee today.
It's not against the law, the way I understand it.
So
if it's against the law, then action can be taken by Home Affairs or...
Point of order, Chair. I thought this time was for clarity-seeking questions. This doesn't sound like clarity-seeking question. I think maybe Honorable Skosana wants to hold off until tomorrow to cross-examine the witness. Thank you.
Don't do
but there's one chair here. Chair, can you please once again?
That is not a point that is
Sangweni, please.
being disputed. Honorable Sangweni knows very well that there is one chairperson. She has a right to call a point of order. We have given you time, and we are still giving you time, Jali. We are still giving you time to ask clarity-seeking questions.
Me as well, because you remember when I raised my hand, you said I must lower my hand. Chair.
It was not you alone.
No, I'm talking about
Honorable
myself.
James as well, Honorable
Chair.
Ngola as well.
They'll speak for themselves. I'm saying to you, the witness spoke about the general. I'm still going there again because the issue which you are talking about.
Ask the witness the question.
It doesn't want to respond on that. It says the context.
Don't you want to respond, Honorable McBride? Oh, Mr. McBride, sorry. Anyway, you have been a member of this house.
Liberation Movement, McBride.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure what the question is because we jumped from it.
No, he says that during your testimony,
yeah,
you mentioned that there was a white general. You said what general?
Said someone phoned a white person.
Yeah.
But he never gave us a name of that white person who was phoned.
Yeah, what he wants is the name of that white person who was called.
I don't know what the context is. Where was this white person phoned?
But it's you who said so. But we are asking me now, Mr. McBride. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, we gave him too much time to say things without giving us names. He has forgotten about that. He has completely forgotten about that. But it's him who said so. It's not me.
What was he talking about?
That's why I want him to elaborate on that. What was he talking about? You are saying a white somebody else was called. I don't know.
Yes,
where I'm sitting, I don't know.
What I'm asking is At which point during the testimony?
Chair, I was not the one who was giving evidence here. You've got your researchers, they can tell you. I'm not giving evidence. It's him who must be asked that question. It's not me. Hence, I was raising that because I could see that, you know what?
Honorable member.
The end, when I'm going to ask him, he will say he doesn't remember.
Ask him the question.
I'm asking him again.
Yeah.
Which white person he was talking about? I'm still saying that because it's him who said so.
Yeah. What is the answer, Mr. McBride?
The only time I mentioned white man was
Yeah.
when I said my colleagues did the white man thing. They pushed Paul in front to find a way in.
No, I'm not talking about that. There was a call which was made to a white person. Che, that's what he said. If you go to the Hansard, you'll get that.
Chair, protect us, please.
Chair, if you may.
No, I can't protect.
Until 12 o'clock.
Honorable James, wait. Listen here, honorable members. I can't protect you from yourselves.
No, Chair, you must give context. We just went through an entire witness statement. Just give at least what
I
happened. Just
cannot protect you from yourself.
So we're going to sit here until 12 o'clock.
I can't protect yourself from yourselves.
Chair, can you acknowledge me?
When you say,
Honorable member is gone. The honorable member is
Honorable
gone.
James, when you say protect us, you include Honorable Skosana in that statement. Yeah, Honorable Skosana, may you please ask the question that you want to ask?
Chair, I've asked this question 4 times now.
What is-
There's no answer.
What is
And-
what is
no,
the,
Chair.
what is
No,
the
no, Chair.
context? The context
Point
of the question.
interjection, Chair, if there is such. May I interject, Chair, for a solution? Can I?
No. If you have a solution, present the solution as a collective there. You are sitting next to the honorable MKP speaks in one voice. Honorable Nomvalo has just reconfirmed here that the
Can I
MKP
speak through
speaks
you?
in one voice.
Chair, I can be sarcastic. And if some members, they are catching feelings here for whatever reason. No, Chair, give me a chance.
Let's not go there.
Chair.
I have, listen, Honorable Skosana, I have given the honorable members who spoke before you, I gave them chance to ask the witness questions. I don't want you to digress and start looking at other members. No, ask the witness questions.
Yeah, Chair, I'm going to reserve my right now because of this issue. It's been done to me many times, in particular, James, that when I'm on the podium, not for the first time, and I can do that to her.
Don't
If
start
they,
with me.
if they don't respect you, Chair.
Sana, don't start with me. I was trying to help you.
Honorable,
Leave
No,
it
I don't
to
need
me.
your help.
Oh, no.
You are wasting your time here.
James, I don't need your help. If you don't have time to sit, you are even an alternative member.
Honorable James.
Once you even told her that she's an alternative member, you want to
Honorable-
intimidate
Honorable
me
James,
when I'm asking.
can we
If she wants to go, she can go home.
can we do
We are here at work here.
Can you do this, honorable members? Honorable Skosana. No. I'm still talking to you. May you please listen to me. It is for the first time you raise your grievance with the chair about the conduct of Honorable James, isn't it? It's for the first time I'm sitting here, I'm speaking on record. It's for the first time you raise.
Chair, I was sitting with
you
her
raise the
at
grievance.
M24. She
with
has
me.
done the same. When I was asking Advocate Johnson, I won't forget.
You never told
To help you because
help. I don't need her help, Chair, please.
No,
Chair, I don't need her help.
Can both of you listen to me? Can both of you listen to me, please? Let's do this, honorable members. Honorable James, if what Honorable Skosana says that every time he speaks, you show gestures that do not give him comfort. May you please desist from doing that. Number two, Honorable Skosan, where I come from, a man always avoids a loud altercation with a woman. Where I come from, a man always avoids a loud altercation with a woman. Because there is more that can be said by a woman during the altercation. And that must never be heard by other people. So you said you are reserving your right to speak now.
Chair, I think I will continue tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable James, you were the last.
Father, Mr. McBride, you mentioned a member by the name of Manamela that you've said uncuffed a suspect. Can you just give us the initials of that member? Because there's an active member by the name of Manamela that's still in SAPS.
I think this one might have retired, ma'am. I don't have, I remember as Sup Manamela, those days, and he was part of the crew that came from Northwest because they were busy at that stage, 2006, with following up the money that had been taken and the money that some cops had helped themselves to. At Benoni police station was a break-in there. He was a suspect in some of our cases also, long before I went to IPID.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there for the sake of progress. Tomorrow, if you can please give me the initials, because there's quite a few Manamele still active within SAPS, so that we can identify who's this person. Secondly, you mentioned someone who's in GNU who threatened you. That's still part. Back then, they threatened you. When you came to the committee, they part of GNU and they threatened you. Who is that member?
It was outside the committee.
Doesn't matter. He's a member of this house. Who is that member?
It's the Minister of Correctional Services.
Groenewald.
Yeah.
Why did he threaten you?
He told me I must watch out, and he put it was not in the committee meeting. We had attended an intelligence briefing, and I was invited. And we all were in this intelligence briefing. It was in like a theater format. When we came out today, he confronted me, but in fairness to him, at a later stage, he asked me in more detail, is it true that the corruption is so bad? And then he never came back to me again. But that day he was telling me to watch out. So for some reason, Patlani is like untouchable. There are, Chair, anecdotal statements about why he's untouchable. But I don't want to go there. That's speculation. The fact is, the current minister threatened me.
Minister Groenewald, Peter Groenewald threatened you.
Indeed.
When it came to accusations made against General Patlani.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's leave it there.
But
And then also, my last question, in your testimony, I'm not sure if I heard correctly, you can correct me. You mentioned Jackie Selebe as a big brother. Was it like a big brother to you?
yeah, he's when we came out of prison, he was in charge of the welfare.
Okay, I don't want you to go any further. I just wanted to get clarity on that because Jackie Selebe was in cahoots with drug smugglers, such as Glenn Agliotti, and you consider him as your big brother.
Yeah, that
I'm
was-
going to leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Chair.
honorable members. Thank you, Honorable James. Mr. Robert John McBride, it's me who is speaking now, if you can look at me.
Yes, sir.
Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize, thank you so much once again. The meeting has come to an end. May you please stand up and leave. We We are meeting here again tomorrow at 11 o'clock.